Welcome to the lab, everybody. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It's good to be here. It's good to see you. And we have a special show of, oh God, we did it again. We do have a special show for you. And there it is. Okay, golly. It starts out so strong and then it just goes. Anyway. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. And we have a special show. And we have a special guest, a favorite of the show as well, and one of my favorites as well, and Dr. Gary Brucato. And let me see here. We will. Here we are. Dr. Gary, how are you?
How are you? I thank you for the intro. Should I tell the audience a little bit about my background, or you have to read?
Dr. Gary is a forensic psychologist. Yeah. He's a forensic psychologist. And in 2019, he co-wrote The New Evil, Understanding the Emergence of Modern Violent Crime, expanding on work by his co-author, Dr. Michael Stone, the late doctor, and present a comprehensive system of categorizing motives for a wide array of offenses, ranging from self-defense to severe torture in the context of serial killing. Basically, he's an expert in all things that are serial killings, tortures, and basically, if there was a horrible case out there, he's read about it, and he's probably going to write about it at some point. And also
worked on it.
Or working on it. He also serves on the Cold Case Foundation, alongside with another friend of the show, Chris McDonough. He also appears on the Interview Room quite often, and you can also catch him in a lot of other things. I don't know how many articles you've had written about you. I think you were, what was it that you were in just the other day that you were so excited about?
Wait, you mean that I've written or that I've been in?
The one that you were in. I know you've written hundreds.
I think over 100 articles, book chapters, but no, you're talking about.
I think it was.
No. I know what you're talking about, because there was a week where I had this run where, because of Koberger and Guthrie, the Guthrie case, there was like this back-to-back thing where I was in the Daily Mail and I don't remember what the heck it was. Daily Mail, New York Post, or something, like one after the other. Most excited because I was in
the Inquirer,
National Enquirer, and it gave me such a thrill to be in the National Enquirer. I want to get it like to put on the wall, like the National Tattler, from Reagan or something.
But in 2022, you were invited to join the Cold Case Foundation as an expert to assist with review with unsolved cases as well.
That's
and
right.
You have you've been active in the media, true crime documentaries. First Blood for A&E is one of them, and the Serial Psych for Reels, and Helter Skelter. I like that one, by the way. You nailed Koberger.
Well, that's true. But the series that I liked doing the best was I did Violent Minds, Killers on Tape for Oxygen Peacock. That was cool because I got to review long tapes that were made by the psychologist Al Carlisle with a lot of prominent offenders: Ted Bundy, people like that. And it was pretty cool. I got to hear in their own words. I mean, some of these awful people describing why they did what they did to a person that was going to write a book about them. So I thought that was fascinating.
Sure.
But anyway, so I appreciate the background and everything. I just think
Also, he's a trained pianist, classically trained pianist, who you're very welcome. He also, and we'll run his page in there as well, and you can go in there and enjoy some of his music. He's a non-monetized channel, but if you feel so inclined, you can leave him a tip, I believe, via PayPal or something like that. There's a link in there, and always appreciated, but never expected. He does it out of the kindness of his heart, and wrote a lovely piece for me not that long ago, and I really appreciate it. And I've listened to it several times since then. It's very, very well done, and I appreciate it.
Because your mod passed away, and I thought that was very painful, and I wanted to support you.
I had a little meltdown on the air. Yeah, I had a little tiny.
A bad case of being human.
Well, the thing was, which caught me off guard, was that I was like 5 minutes away from going live, and got the news, and I had a show ready, and there was, people waiting, and I decided to go, just to do it, and I sort of dealt with it on the air. So,
very cool. All right. What were you going to say, Josh? You were about to say something before I barreled on.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, one person in the audience, I have to laugh because it says, Dr. Gary is my Jewish brother. We got to stick together, especially both NYU guys. I am not Jewish, nor did I attend NYU. So I don't understand it. I know so much about Judaism that I'm like an honorary member of the Jewish community. But my father was Jewish. My father was Jewish. I learned later in life because his mother was, and my grandmother was. But that was something that was kind of hidden and changed because of what was going on in Europe. And then my great grandmother married a Christian.
Must be a different Dr. Gary.
Yeah, there must be another one running around somewhere. I can't imagine who that is, but check your local synagogue for my doppelganger. I guess I don't know what to tell you, but it's a beautiful faith. It really is.
You put the wrong yarmulke on the wrong head, folks, but that's okay. We will.
I should have like one of those Pope Zacchetos, that sort of looks like a.
I could see you.
I went to school to become a priest.
Yeah, how long did you do that for, actually?
Almost 4 years.
And then you just decided not to?
It's a hilarious thing because priests cannot marry. So I thought I'll leave and that will be my calling. And then I never married. So I wound up, I've always thought of it like I didn't listen to the calling, so no one got sent my way. You know what I mean? It wound up never happening, which is very funny.
Yeah. Ha, 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 ha. Hilarious.
You know what? I got other things to do with my life. You know what I'm saying?
No, you absolutely have. And we're thrilled to have you.
I haven't had my share of relationships. I just never married.
Yeah, well.
Did you? Yeah, you got married.
I got married very young.
How young? Like you carried the placenta down the nave of the church. I mean, how young are we talking?
Well, the other day I said on the show that I said, I had kids so young that I actually walked them to school because we were in the same grade. And 18, I got married at 18.
You did?
I did.
Dear Lord. Well, how long did the marriage last?
I don't know, like 3-4 years.
Hey, that's not horrible.
Yeah. So no, I mean, it was fine. But somebody said they'll marry you if you ask Dr. B.
Thank you.
Very nice. All right. So
one of those auctions,
Yeah, like I said, I got married very, very, very young. Prayers and Pills says that they've been married 52 years. And thank you so much for your generous super chat. It's very kind of you as well.
People are so funny. Like, cut the small talk. You started late.
Who said that?
Some of the audience. You got to get one of those buttons that Dr. Evil has where you push it and they like fall into the pit.
Well, I don't. But the thing is, like, I don't actually care about that stuff.
Who cares? I mean, it's your show, you know. You could talk about the wallpaper if you want.
I've done stuff like that. But one time I told an entire story about how I snuck a rib at a barbecue in my pocket, and I did about 30 minutes of that. Also, I ended up with food poisoning because of it.
And imagine the shirt.
Yeah.
Now, in all seriousness, there's one person in the audience. I think it was the same person who's on the screen, if my memory serves. I think said something about having something to say about Summer Wells, which is interesting. But anyway, so are we going to put the phone number up?
Yep, I'm going to put it up right now, and then we'll cut the small talk.
Yeah, cut the small talk.
Whatever that means. It really surprises me sometimes how incredibly like forward and rude people.
Oh, you have no idea the things that. But I think it's funny. I think I like when people are a little nasty. I get a kick out of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's more. How do I say this? I like when things are more real. So when people are being a little bit too nice, I'm like, all right, cut the crap. You know, tell me how you really feel. And then when things get kind of primitive, I love it because I'm like, gotcha. Like you finally showed what you really are. You know what I mean? But there are some people that no matter what happens to them, they manage to be unbelievably even keeled, and it makes me insane because I don't understand it. How a person could always be pleasant. You know, it's rough.
Yeah. See, not the infamous pocket rib. I know everybody knows about the pocket rib, man. All right, so we got a call. We'll just let's just jump right into it.
An old or somebody who's never called before.
No, actually, I believe this person's called before. Lisa, go ahead. You're the first
one. Lisa, who tried to call. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Oh my God, you guys! I waited for 3.5 hours last call in.
And you're first this time.
I know. I wanted to be. I don't even know if I have a question. I'm so excited.
Oh boy. Well, okay. We'll give you a minute. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Is it going to be true crime related, or are you calling?
No, I wanted to say thank you for touching on the Jamie Bulger story last time. That story I can't wrap my head around 2 10-year-olds. That's insane. And
yeah. How did that case make you feel? What were you thinking about?
Sorry?
What were you thinking about? What reactions did you have to that case?
I felt sick, really sick. And I'm like, I can't imagine what the parents of all 3 children must feel. They're children, like babies. I don't know.
You're including the parents of the 2 killers.
Yeah, the offenders, like they must just be beside themselves as well. Like, you know.
Well, because that, just to remind the audience, that's a case where 2 children lured a child off to kill the child. And, Josh and I could probably do a whole show about children who kill.
That would be fantastic because that just...
the world thinks, all children are like, sugar and spice and everything nice, but some of them are not.
Yeah.
There's a little tiny world of, maybe like 30 or less children that have killed, including child serial killers who do exist.
That case was, I mean, it's just something that kind of rattles your soul, to be honest.
Yeah, and the whole, like, the battery in the mouth, and there was possible SA, and...
I think it was pretty clearly the insertion batteries into the rectal area and all that. It does suggest a sexual thing. And of course that was raised, of whether that was something that reflected sexual abuse in the perpetrator or perpetrators, right? People have wondered about that.
Yeah.
Because there is assaulting like that. In cases, you sometimes wonder about their own history. One of the more interesting juvenile killers that I'm actually writing about right now, there was a little paragraph about him in the New Evil, in the Alphabet of Evil, is Graham Young, the poisoner. And I have a very strong interest in poisoners. They are intriguing to me, probably because of my love of plants. But I'm very interested in that type of killer. And he was a child who basically enjoyed experimenting with poisoning classmates and family members just to see what would happen. I mean, this is a kid who would get in trouble for having poison in his desk at school, like where everybody else had like an eraser and pencils and things. He had poison.
Yeah,
And
I think I might have chewed gum.
He just thought it was interesting, to like give his sister poison and watch her like vomit or writhe on the floor or whatever. He thought it was fascinating. And yeah, he was a very interesting guy. And then when he went to prison, he was put in prison with Ian Brady, the one of the Moors killers, who loved him, who thought that he was an extremely intelligent young man who was, profoundly misunderstood, and was one of the only people that could appreciate his brilliance.
Well,
And
I would really
very interesting to me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's those children calls like that. Just I was a paramedic for many years, and we did a call for SA and attempted murder, and the suspect was 14 years old, brother.
Oh yeah. It happened.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to make the compute. I can't compute it. So
well,
Sean, that would be great.
Well, Josh and I will talk about it. But, the poison thing, the more I learn about it for writing, it's just another example of how I can't go into a place like a Home Depot or a Marshall's or a plant store or anything without everything passing the lens of knowing what I know about crime. And so I say, like, oh God, like I'm looking at these tools and I'm remembering cases where we use them in horrible ways, because they're all symbolic of how something could be used for good or darkness, right? I mean, just today I was in a store that sold a whole bunch of stamps of plants, and I noticed Dieffenbachia, which is toxic, sago, which is poisonous.
I don't let them around my kitty cat.
Hellebores, which are very beautiful at this time of year. That type of flower, poisonous. They'll make you puke your brains out. It's like just interesting how people don't know these things, and I almost wish I didn't. I miss the days when I thought they were just nice plants.
But why did you say Home Depot?
Because
Home Depot. Is it because you're growing a beard?
No, I like Home Depot. I go to
Home Depot. You feel like Tim the Toolman Taylor.
What?
You feel like Tim the Toolman Taylor right now, don't you?
I go to Home Depot all the time.
I can't believe that.
Because I restore furniture.
All the time.
Josh, I restore furniture. I go to at least twice a week to buy what I need, varnishes and you don't picture me doing that stuff, but I'm into that.
Home Depot.
I love Home Depot. Don't mess around with Home Depot. In Home Depot, they know me on a first name basis.
Yeah, do they call you Dr. Gary?
They call me by my nickname because I'm very close with them.
Yeah.
There are 3 places in this world, 4 places in this world that people are on a first name basis with me: church, the homeless shelter, Home Depot, and the local diner. Everywhere else, they have no idea. They don't know me from Adam, but those places, they all know me.
That's awesome.
Definitely. You don't like Home Depot?
No, I mean, it's fine. I just, I'm more of an Ace Hardware guy.
Yeah, okay. What's nothing wrong with that? The best is Walmart. You ever go into a Walmart? It's like divine comedy. It's like going into one of those circles of hell. Like it's special.
It's its own. And the weird thing about Walmart, too, it doesn't matter what state you're in. They're all the same. Like the same kind of people exist in all of them. You could be in a Walmart in Southern California and a Walmart in North Virginia, and you'd see the same exact kind of people.
I think it's like Men in Black, like they come from someplace and they wear masks, and one day they just take them and they're like, wow, there's something Men in Black about it.
Yeah.
In the post office. Those two.
I don't know what happened, but Lisa dropped and she got.
Oh, that happens to her all the time, and then she comes back. Anyway, we don't know what her question was, but I always like talking to her.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do a show about child killers.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't take long to tell their life stories. You know what I'm saying? The case is over, and they're 8, 9 years old. There's nothing else to say.
I know, it caught me off guard. All right, are you ready? Let's take I guess we'll take our next call. Lisa, I don't know if you if you have a question, you put it in the chat. I'll throw it up for you. The Menendez brothers weren't really children, but they were.
Ann and I are writing about them because she worked on one of the cases, and I think she was with Eric, and
and they got didn't they just get denied parole?
Yeah, we're comparing it in a book we're doing for the cold case with the Cold Case Foundation. We're comparing it to the Lizzie Borden case, and we were waiting for the outcome, and it turns out that they didn't get paroled, and that's interesting. So what we're talking about is the idea that a big part of why Lizzie got parole, got acquitted, is that she was female. And the context, we think that if the Menendez brothers had been the Menendez sisters, they probably would have been paroled.
Why do you think that they just
because of abuse? Because the abuse component might have garnered a different degree of sympathy. There's a different reaction to abuse when the victims are male.
And the parole board just denied. They were separate, weren't they? Separate. There were separate parole hearings, right? And both got denied.
To tell you the truth, I have to look if they were separate, but they did get denied. And it's very interesting to me, though, because I think the argument could be made that if it had been the Menendez sisters, the abuse, which I really think happened, the abuse would likely have led to a different interpretation of situations.
Sure.
That situation, because the whole idea that was the alleged motivation for killing was that there were these secret abuse dynamics.
No, well, yeah, no, I know the story very well. I think that the issue that they faced with the parole board is that it wasn't necessarily what they considered self-defense. They said that they felt like they were in imminent danger, and I don't think that either the parole board or the juries saw it that way. But if they were women, it would have been looked at differently. There's no question.
It's an interesting argument, and I think that they were separate. I have to look, but I think they were heard separately, but I'm not 100% sure. And
too.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so I don't know what happened to Lisa, but if you want to take another person,
we will. Absalom is on the line.
Absalom. Okay, I remember Absalom. Absolutely. Absalom. Where is Absalom?
I don't know.
Guys, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, we're doing okay. Before I get to my point, it's weird because everything's repeating like an echo right now.
Yeah, if you have us on in the background. If you do, go ahead and mute it.
Okay, just a second. I don't know how to do this, Josh. I'm an old man.
That's all right.
Did someone actually claim that you're 5'6", Josh? Because I'm 6'3". I'm a big guy. I used to be 6'5", but 8 or 2 inches off me. But I don't think I've ever been told I was 5'6".
Yeah, I don't know where that one. I heard that once too. I think that was like I think somebody said when I told them how tall I was, they said, "Oh, I thought you were 5'6", and I was like, 5'6"? That's crazy. I'm 6.
It's so difficult to conduct this with this echo going on. It's driving me nuts.
Josh, how tall are you? 6 what?
I'm over 6'2".
Over 6'2". What does that
Well,
mean?
like it's like
Can you
6'2" and
guys
a half.
hear me?
Yes.
That's cool.
You got to shut the what's on in the background off.
Yeah, I got it fixed now, Dr. Gary.
Beautiful. So how can we help you? What's up?
So Josh, I was hoping that the detective would be on tonight's show, but
John Lamb, you
if
mean?
you go to the interview room, my son and I decided to watch the entire 4-hour video of it's called let's all discuss the uncut interview with Hunter and his family.
Uh-huh.
And I'm trying to do this without hearing the echo. I'm doing everything I can, Dr. Gary. Remember, I'm an old man. I don't know how to work these computers.
When you hang
But
up, put out the window. You'll be happier.
at the 41-minute mark of that video, you want me to hang up?
No, he said when you hang up the other window, that's why you're having an echo. But go ahead. No, I can hear you.
Okay. So there's a heavy-set lady in pink. He's on a porch, I think, and I don't know where he's at. But
He's in
he
Tennessee.
mentioned something to a woman that claimed to be it's to his 12 o'clock. Okay. Well, he asked her if jealousy on the part of the mother might have played a role in whatever happened to this child. And the other day when I called in and you, myself, and Dr. Gary were talking about abusive jealousy, there's a culture, at least down here, where that is so prevalent it doesn't surprise people anymore. I think it was also a case regarding the Stephen Stern, Jennifer Soto case as well. But if you look at that, he asked that lady, did she think that there was any jealousy on the part of the mother with regarding Don Wells and the way he treated the child? And to me, that's a key issue, because if that was the case, then I would assume that that is probably why this has gone on, quote unquote, unsolved for so long. And then I'll never forget watching him. She put him down like a hidden staircase, and there's pornography next to Disney movies that the children would watch when he visited their house, and I don't know where it was.
Yeah.
But that type of jealousy, Dr. Gary, is what I wanted you to kind of help me understand, because it's so prevalent where I'm at that for people here, it doesn't surprise them anymore. I mean, there's all kinds of issues that happen here where I'm at that involve mothers being jealous of the attention that either a boyfriend, a husband, whatever their significant other is, giving to their own child, rather than, or at least them claiming, neglect to some degree from that attention that they used to get before their boyfriend started giving that kind of affection to the child.
Well,
I think when Detective McDonough mentioned that to the lady, I think she was a nurse, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is actually a valid case, or at least part of the case, that is at the core of the foundation of why this child is not around anymore. I do believe something. Now, I know that we can't, claim that someone did something without them being found guilty. But I'm just offering my opinion. That to me was extremely interesting that was brought up. And and I've also watched some videos of when he called Josh, this Don Wells character, and the way he was cursed. It's very, it's a bad situation that I do not see that there would be any problem whatsoever with the mother doing something to the child due to her view of him neglecting her in favor of that little child. And I'd like you, Dr. Gary, as you're a psychologist, to help me understand why that is acceptable in some cultures, like where I'm at. It's not frowned upon as much as it is with the normal rest of the world.
Okay. So how about the? So maybe we'll, since you're having technical.
And of course, I can't hear a thing that Dr. Gary is saying.
Yeah.
Absalom, we're gonna answer.
Got it.
Yeah. Do you want to
ask him to hang up and then we'll?
Yeah. Do you want to hang up and then
I got.
It's a typical Friday the 13th, isn't it?
Okay.
Josh, why don't you ask the caller to hang up?
It is, but I will hang. I'll hang up and then I'll call back in.
No. We'll just answer you.
Yeah, we'll answer your question.
Can't make this stuff up, man.
Oh.
So,
okay. So let me just frame the question really quick.
Yeah, because I think you, Josh.
Yeah. So there has been a long-standing theory, and a lot of people have felt that way, that Candace Wells was jealous of the attention that Summer received from her, from everybody around, including her father and just others, and that may have had some had something to do with the reason that Summer went missing, and is still missing to this day. Now there are a lot of people that feel that way, and that's why that was asked, and Chris asked that question while he was interviewing Hunter, who was there the day, or who was with Summer Wells and Candace the day that Summer went missing. And so basically he's asking, why is it acceptable in some cultures that the jealousy of mothers towards their children, which I don't know if it is or not, to be honest with you. But do you think that is a do you think that that's a factor, like, for why women or men, for that matter, eliminate their children?
Well, you know that elimination murder, which is a term I've coined and that's associated with me in the literature, can have many motives. One of the more uncommon is the elimination of a child because it's an impediment to a romance. It wouldn't necessarily say that it's because of jealousy, but it's the idea that there is a kind of a that the man, usually it's a woman who commits elimination murder in that way, but it can't be a male. The man doesn't want children, and so there's a sense that the child is in the way or is a burden. There are a few cases I'm aware of where the mother did not like that the child seemed to prefer the child, but those are usually situations where the male is married to a mature adult woman who has an underage child, and he is more attracted to the underage child. And so the idea is that the mother becomes frustrated that he is not interested in her as a sexual being. Because of the attraction to the underage. Now, I'm not saying that went on this situation because I'm not, I've never been involved in the Summer Wells matter. nor am I aware of that one, even from the news reports or anything like that. So I think we'll just put that over there. But I think it's generally in that kind of situation where you can see jealousy. There are also some cases that I'm aware of where it reminds me a little bit of the plot of Cinderella, or as we would say in Italian, Cinderella. The little ash girl is what Cinderella means, right? You're covered in ash. There are some cases where a woman is raising a child like a stepmother or a foster parent, or it can be the biological mother, and she doesn't like that the child is prettier or more attractive than she is, and can take out a lot of anger and hostility on the child. I'm aware of a few cases of that. One of the cases that I think is a good example of that kind of phenomenon is the Sylvia Likens case. I actually sent you the link, Chris, Josh, if you want to pull that up. I think the audience would be very interested in that story. That is arguably the worst child abuse case in the state of Indiana's history. I think you should, it'd be very instructive for us to talk about it a little bit. Note the fact that she died at only 16 years old. But Josh, if you just read a little bit of this, I think we could dissect it and it'll be very instructive. But why don't you just, like we always do, where you just sort of read it a little bit, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Sylvia Marie Likens was an American teenager who was tortured and murdered by her caregiver, Gertrude Banaszewski. Banaszewski. Yeah. Many of Banaszewski's children and several of their neighborhood friends. The abuse lasted for 3 months, occurring incrementally before Likens died from her extensive injuries and malnourishment on October 26th, 1965 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Likens was increasingly tormented, neglected, belittled, sexually humiliated, beaten, starved, lacerated, burned, and dehydrated by her tormentors. Her autopsy showed 150 wounds across her body, including several burns, scald marks, and eroded skin. Through intimidation, her younger sister, Jenny, was occasionally forced to participate in her mistreatment. The official cause of her death was determined to be a homicide caused by a combination of subdural hematoma and shock, complicated by severe malnutrition.
Keep going.
Gertrude Banaszewski, her oldest daughter, Paula, her son, John, and 2 neighborhood youths, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were all tried and convicted in May 1966 of neglecting, torturing, and murdering Likens. At the defendant's trial, Deputy Prosecutor Leroy New described the case as, quote, the most diabolical case to ever come before a court or jury. And Gertrude's defense attorney, William C. Urbecker, described Likens as having been subjected to acts of degradation that you wouldn't commit on a dog before her death.
Right. Now scroll down to the abuse section. And then I want to talk a little bit about the dynamics that were involved in this case. So just if you read, because you have to understand, she was Gertrude. There was an arrangement where she was going to receive $20 a week to take care of this child while her parents, of 2 daughters, actually, his 2 daughters, for about 2 weeks.
Sure.
And then, so just read through this, the abuse section, and trigger warning, it's disturbing if you have a history, for example, where you may be activated by discussion of abuse. This might be a good time to step away. So go ahead, Josh, if you could just read that.
Although Lester Likens had agreed to pay Gertrude Banaszewski $20 a week in exchange for the care of his daughters, after approximately 2 weeks, these payments failed to consistently arrive upon the prearranged dates, occasionally arriving 1 or 2 days late. In response, Gertrude began venting her frustration at this fact upon the sisters by beating their bare buttocks with various implements such as a 1/4 inch thick paddle, making statements such as, "Well, I took care of you two little bitches for a week for nothing." On one occasion in late August, both girls were beaten approximately 15 times on the back with the aforementioned paddle after Paula had accused the sisters of eating too much food at a church supper the household children had attended. By mid-August, Gertrude had begun to focus her abuse almost exclusively on Sylvia, with her primary motivation likely being jealousy of the girl's youth, appearance, respectability, and potential. According to subsequent trial testimony, this abuse was initially inflicted upon Sylvia after she and Jenny had returned to the Banaszewski residence from the Arsenio Technical High School, as well as on weekends. This initial abuse included subjecting Likens to beatings and starvation, forcing her to eat leftovers or spoiled food out of the garbage. On one occasion, Likens was accused of stealing candy she had actually purchased.
Right, and just to be clear, because this really escalates, she to sort of speed through this a little because it's too disturbing. She ultimately gets the idea in her head that she's going to instruct the children to take the two sisters out to the forest blindfolded and leave them to die. The idea being that they're going to be like, eaten by animals or starved to death or freeze or whatever. She just wants them out of her life. And what ultimately happens is she is so jealous of this child and so angry, so full of fury, that she starts engaging in more and more and more brutal abuses, having things written on the child, like derogatory terms that, so that people could laugh at her, standing around. At one point, she charged neighborhood people to come in and watch the child being forced to do things to herself that were perverse, things like that. I mean, really, really bad stuff. And the center of the entire thing was jealousy. Another example, which someone in the audience astutely pointed out, is the Teresa Knorr case, where, that woman even had, I think one of her kids, or a couple of her kids, actually set another one of the children on fire. So some of these abuse cases, I mean, Chris, Josh, I'm going to stop you from going further because I know what's going to happen in the story and it's really bad. Sure. But he ultimately winds up dying. And the center of it is nothing more than, I don't like that people like this kid more than they like me. So to get to the caller's call, yes, because they find it too disturbing. So I'm glad we're going to stop with that. So the thing is, what the caller is getting at is, can jealousy be a motive for killing one's own kid or a kid that? Yes, it absolutely can. But my experience is it often has to do with, generally, you see it in cases where there is a sexualization of the child over you, sort of like the book Lolita, where the character is not interested in the woman he's married to, he's interested in the child. But she doesn't kill him. You know what I mean? That doesn't happen in the story. But there is that kind of thing. And it generally is going to involve the kind of nasty, narcissistic, controlling person who does not like the idea that they are not the center of attention.
Sure.
And that can be a very interesting, because with those kind of people, the victim doesn't necessarily have to be a person who has directly hurt them. They could just be a person who reminds them of why people don't think they're desirable, or somebody who has rejected them. And when that in and of itself is the motive, I mean, it's like this poor kid was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But if there's a full-length book about that case, if you can stomach everything she went through. But you saw there were over 150 wounds on her, even just when she died.
Right. Well, it's an extreme amount of abuse. I mean,
oh yeah. But you think there's nobody in the audience who had a parent that was jealous of them and treated them like crap?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I don't think it's that I don't think it's rare at all, to be honest.
It's rare to abuse the person because of it physically and sexually. And there was a sexual element with this kid, the Likens case too. But but being cruel to someone of whom you were jealous is not uncommon.
Correct.
Condescending, making the person feel awful, whatever. See, there are people in the audience going, happened to me. That's a thing, you know. And sometimes they'll hit you. But sexual abuse and that kind of over the top stuff that happened in that case, very rare. And just out of curiosity, because I actually don't remember off the top of my head, what did they sentence her to?
I don't know. I closed the window.
I would really like to see what happened to Gertrude.
Let me see. I don't know. Did they?
I don't remember off the top of my head, believe it or not. Yeah, convictions. Trial of the 5 defendants lasted 17 days before the jury retired to consider its verdict. May 19th, 1966, after deliberating for 8 hours, a panel of 8 men and 4 women found Gertrude B. guilty of first-degree murder, recommending a sentence of life. Paula was found guilty of second-degree murder. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were found guilty of manslaughter. Upon hearing Judge Rabb pronounce the verdicts, Gertrude and her children burst into tears and attempted to console each other as Hobbs and Hubbard remained passive. On May 25th, Gertrude and Paula were formally sentenced to imprisonment. The same day, Richard, Coy, and John each received sentences of 2 to 21 years to be served in the Indiana Reformatory. And then there were retrials.
She got released in 85.
Right. Yeah. But she became, the interesting thing about her, if I remember, is that Gertrude was considered like a model citizen. She became a maternal figure for the other women in prison. And she became a self-described devout Christian.
Yeah, well, the laws are a bit more strict nowadays. She basically did 20 years in prison.
It's pretty horrible, you're talking about a situation where this kid died, and she wasn't even. It's like you're talking about. I think she was 16. Somebody's got to at least serve the length of the life of a person, which is basically what they did. I mean, if she lived, she was in jail basically a little longer than the kid was alive.
But the thing is, even if you just serve the length of the time that the person was alive, but
at least that's what I'm saying. At least
right. But they should factor in the fact that she's 16 and she would have lived much longer had it not been for that person. I think that should be factored in as well.
Well, one of the things I think gets figured in, even though it's like not said out loud, is I think sometimes when you have moms, for example, who kill their children, you notice that they sometimes get paroled when they are no longer old enough to have children. I think that figures in a little bit because the logic is like, you're not going to have any more, so you're not going to do it again, that kind of thing, right? But this woman, I mean, this is not her biological child. She didn't do this to her biological children, to my knowledge. She did it to someone she was paid to take care of, that she was jealous of.
I know. It's crazy.
So I think that's the long answer to, can jealousy be a motive? Now, to get into this question that the caller had about the culture of that, I don't think there's some place you could pinpoint in a map where it's more acceptable to be jealous of your children. I just think that there are cases of that all over the place.
Sure.
But it's funny, Josh. I can tell you, even from treating people, a lot of people don't realize that sometimes there are people in this world who treat you very badly because they can only relate to you through jealousy. That is a thing. There are people like that who have no idea that someone's jealous of them because they find them beautiful or more intelligent or whatever, and they just hate their guts. That's a thing.
Absolutely. All right, let's take the next call. We got a favorite right here. Mr. Joey H is on the line.
Hey guys, happy Friday. Good to see you both together again.
Friday the 13th. Yes, we're like the Bopsy twins. Let me ask you something. That story we just told, that sound like something that would get you all steamed up because you hate cases like that.
It's upsetting. It didn't get me steamed up. It reminded me of the toolbox killer, the last victim on Halloween. It reminded me of that young girl.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about the time that Lawrence Bittaker called me?
You told us, but you didn't go into great detail. I think wasn't he like stalking you or something, or he left you a message or something?
Oh, what happened is,
Oh, he was upset with the book, with your grading of the evil book.
Michael Stone and I were giving a talk someplace at Boston College, where I'm now a visiting scholar there. We gave a talk on the new evil, and one of the other speakers was Laura. What is her last name? The woman who had a series where she went in and talked to Bittaker, like about possible additional victims. I don't know why I can't remember her last name. Anyway, so she was also a speaker there. And what happened is Bittaker, who was talking to her all the time, knew we were going to give a talk there and was frustrated with our idea that where you are in the scale is sort of like a permanent thing, right? The worst thing you've ever done, like that's it. You're stuck there. It doesn't matter if you've completely reformed your life. You've achieved that ranking, right?
Yeah.
And he did not like that. And so he called through her call to get us to talk to him about how upset he was about his ranking. Now you have to understand, Lawrence Bittaker drove around in a van with torture implements buried in the floor and recorded the victims being mutilated and tortured to death. In one case, I've heard the recording of one of the victims. You know that they use that to see if people could tolerate working for Quantico.
Yes.
I mean, that's not why I heard it, but that's how bad it is. And, in one case, there's one recording where a woman is having her joints broken with a sledgehammer. The last victim was killed by having a garrote wrapped around her neck that shrunk her neck down to the size of a silver dollar. Do you remember what happened to her, the last victim? So that's the kind of guy you're dealing with. And this guy was mad that his ranking was too high.
Yeah. What's interesting about the Lycan case you were talking about is it reminded me of the Goonies. It's almost like a female psychopath, a female.
Oh, and Ramsey.
Yeah.
Definitely a female psychopath. Yeah, they're very.
Listen, before I go into my topic question, I wanted to say you were that show you did with on Peacock was excellent. The Carlisle psychologist.
Al Carlisle.
So interesting with the tape because he basically did what you did with Kohlberger. He kind of he read through he figured Bundy out. Bundy was trying to outsmart the psychological exam he was doing on him. And remember, because Bundy said, you think I did this? And he goes, well, I think if you did do it, you're not going to stop doing it. You're going to do it again. And then he also, it came up with the whole Jersey, because he was after he discovered the birth certificate in Pennsylvania, he started hanging out in New York at 42nd Street, the porn theaters. And then supposedly he went and killed someone, which he confessed on that tape. It's so obvious he did that. But anyway. We'll never know. We don't have.
They had a lot more victims than
absolutely.
Because it was so insignificant to him. He would have done it 7 days a week. And I think there are definitely, in fact, I think he started killing when he was a lot younger than we think.
Absolutely.
One of the most fascinating things I learned about him that I hadn't known in advance, and I can't remember if it was there. I don't think it was there. I heard it. A person like sort of offline, I think it was in preparation for a different show, not that show, that I learned about him that amazed me because I had never read it in a book, was that when he was younger, he got a job at a country club. And he slipped into the room where the waiters would get their tuxes and stuff to put on. And he tried to see how long it would take before anybody figured out that he was not a rich person that was attending the country club wearing the waiter's tux. And he would go around and make up all kinds of elaborate stories and would get away with it. It's very similar to what Andrew Cunanan used to do, where he would tell elaborate stories about hanging out with the rich and famous. And remember, and he was like a male prostitute and the whole thing. And then he went on a killing spree. So it's like sort of narcissistic thing, but also feeling like an imposter.
Yes.
And sticking it to the people that they didn't want you, I think was a really big part of the story with Bundy. And I know you've got a special interest in Bundy. You knew his mom and everything.
Well, I knew his mom, and I had worked on that thesis project on the death penalty. I'm going to tell you guys something. Let me tell you something. Both of you, and before is it in all of the books written on Bundy, it's never come out. I got access to the Rogers house where he lived while he was a student when he started doing all the killings.
Tell me.
He lived with a German family on the second floor. It's a house. Now it's a home for college students. He lived upstairs, and in his room, in this small little studio room where he was bringing the heads, the bodies in the beginning, there's a sink. I've never seen a room that small with an old school sink, and I can't believe no one's written about this, just because it makes sense that he was able to have that privacy with what he was doing with the corpses, because there was a sink.
Well, this is very interesting. There was a case I heard about when I was writing about him. I wound up taking the chapter. Wait, did I include it in the New Evil about Bundy? I think I didn't include it, right?
No, you did not.
I didn't include it because I wanted to save it for another book. When I was trying to figure out his ranking, I discovered that one of the things people had wondered about with him, but it's never become like a canonical fact about him, is that it is thought that he did actually keep one of the victims in, I think, that place you're talking about, for several days, and tortured her for several days, which was not typical of him. If there had been a period of confinement of a victim with torture, the ranking on the scale would change. So I was very interested in that, because, you know, he is not thought of as being somebody who dabbled in torture. So I was very interested in that. Had you ever heard of him engaging in protracted torture with a victim?
No, I have not. No.
Yeah.
No, and I spoke with Hagmeyer at length, and
right.
And no,
that was the first time I ever heard that. I do think that his use of belts and so forth did have the quality of non-protracted torture. So he'd probably be an 18 in the scale. But if there was protracted torture for days on end, he would be a 22. And but I don't think that was his thing. I really think he was the type that was more interested in arousal that came from experiencing the person dying during the act, the sexual act. That was his thing. And post-mortem, the symbolism, of course, was the control of love objects. I hate to say the word love object, but the idea was that if he wanted to be near someone, he could dictate when they came and went, right? Because he had been abandoned in his mind. So the idea was, now I dictate when you come and go, right? So it's like a kind of a way of stabilizing your objects, so to speak. And there's a lot of that in serial killers who had those kind of backgrounds. So it's an interesting case. Now, what is it you wanted to ask about tonight? Beyond
and really quickly, his cousin Edna just wrote a book. It's great for the chat and for you to read. It's called I think it's called The Dark Tide. It's excellent book on her childhood with him, because when they moved to Seattle from Pennsylvania, they started their whole life with that cousin, with that family. Anyway,
it is public knowledge that one of the members of our foundation, Francine Bardol, the great expert of DNA in the United States, when she was younger, Ted Bundy babysat her kid in Utah, which is a fascinating thing. I mean, in fact, Chris McDonough has had her on discussing it on his program.
Deborah Harry wrote in her memoir, Blondie, Deborah Harry, she wrote that when he was in New York, he tried to pick her up in the Volkswagen. It's in her book.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. All right. So what I wanted to bring up a topic, and I'm so curious to see what you guys have to say about it, and also the chat, actually, which is the reintegration into society of sex offenders, but particularly with the problem there is with residences for sex offenders when they are released. What they're doing now is they're using these anklets, GPS anklets, to track and to make sure they're not any certain amount of distances from schools and whatnot, but also to track them. And there are tricks that are being used now with people with the GPS, like, you know, what they'll do. I can only speak for on the East Coast. Is what they'll do is they'll jump a turnstile. What happens? Jump a turnstile, you get arrested. When you get arrested, they have to take off your stuff, get the anklet off, and then you're released until your court hearing. Boom, you got rid of the anklet. So there's all these crazy tricks that they're using. But primarily, there's no, you know, they had that documentary Pervert Park about that sex offender place in Florida,
Right.
a community of like a trailer park. But in the East, generally speaking, it's always been a problem finding places to place them due to NIMBY, right? Not in my backyard, and they're the Bronx in New York. They have this place called Anna's Place. It's one of the few shelters that they specialize in allowing sex offenders and forensic clients there. And I don't know, do you know about Anna's Place?
I'm aware, yes. Yeah.
It's called Anna's Place because the Anna Charlie was she was the program director there, and she was by one of her residents raped and killed her, and they named the place after her after that happened. So anyway, what is your take on where to place people like this when they do their sentence and they are released to the community and all that? Again, speaking from about the East Coast, all there is the shelter system. That's all there is right now, and I be honest with you, I'm calling because it's terrifying to me. I know what's on the subways right now. You're seeing about all this pushing because they're closing prisons in upstate New York. It's very scary. What's your take on that?
I think, what you're touching on goes well beyond discussion of this type of predator, and it gets into a philosophical question that if you were to look into it, you'd see Foucault, for example, had a lot to say about it. It's the philosophical question of, is a person who is in prison evil or sick? And the answer, of course, is sometimes both.
Yeah.
But the reason it's an important question is that if you take the perspective the person is sick, you have a kind of compassion, as if the function is to sort of give the person an environment in which they can overcome whatever it is that ails them, and then potentially won't do terrible things anymore. The problem is that when it comes to crimes against children, which are almost universally sexual in nature, that paraphilic disorder cannot really be cured. And so when you're dealing with people who have a paraphilia, who actually have an attraction to do that, and who are generally killing the child because of their witness, not because it's part of the thrill generally, but because they're a witness or because they assert so much abuse, the child passes away, right? That kind of an individual is not going to be reformed generally. And so to me, what it looks like a lot more is a scenario where I think we have to sort of place the compassion more at the feet of the victims than it is, than we tend to put on the. Josh, wouldn't you say? I mean, we tend to sort of forget that, even if a person is, because of sickness, going around assaulting little kids, the fact is they're dangerous to society. They don't tend to be reformed. So I have a lot of problems with the fantasy that you're going to reform them.
Well, I'm pretty sure that I think every state has a registry for sex offenders, and the reason that they have to do that is because, first of all, I think that sex offenders their sentences are too light to begin with, but they make them register so the public can know about them, so the public can stay away from them, because you can't reform them. Like you have to go. So the states have gone so far as to say you have to let everybody know the kind of crimes that you commit, the kind of the very specific to what you have done. You have to tell everybody where you live, and because They cannot be trusted in a free society. And instead of keeping them locked up for even longer, they feel like this is the way, that they can sort of combat and let them uh, have some freedom. But I don't think that their sentences are nearly long enough. Also, a lot of people do not register, which is also a crime uh, in and of itself. You have to re-register if you move. You have to register again and things like that. A lot of people break the rules of that. So, where's their place in society? And Dr. Gary, you mentioned are they sick or are they evil? And it's just like, at what point is it that we're worried about, we're less, like you said, less worried about the perpetrator and more worried about the victim, because I don't think it really matters which they are. The fact of the matter is that they're a threat, whether they're sick or whether they're evil or whether they're both. It's all the same to me.
Okay, so I need to jump in 1 second, because regarding registry and all of that's for individuals who commit these types of crimes, do their prison sentence, and are released to the community, and they could possibly get an apartment or they can register. And there's different levels of that. When you're talking about forensic people, you're talking about, you could put the evil label there, but it's ill. We're talking about mental illness. We're talking about someone who is released to the community, and as far as registering, we're talking again. Where do we place them? They're going to the shelter system. They're going to shelters. If registry is the case, we'll have to register everybody who's in a shelter. And Gary, you said you've been to the shelters, and Lord have mercy on us all. It's scarier than Rikers Island. Some of these shelters.
It's interesting. I'll tell you, I remember years ago, there was an expose. I want to say it was the New York Times, but I can't remember. There was an expose of this situation. Now, just think about this. So some of the people that were going on the registry were minors who had committed SA against, let's say, a sibling or whatever. And what would happen was older sex offenders would go into the registry to find kids who had engaged in SA of other kids, to lure them or go visit them, thinking that they would be willing to engage in perverse sexual activities with them, until they stopped putting the younger people on the registry for that reason, as I recall the story. I mean, this stuff gets really, really disturbing. The other thing is, I'll tell you that I knew a person who had been assaulted by a step parent, ruined their life. I mean, absolutely ruined their life. Person was a pervert. And when that person was away in prison, they were okay. And then after like 10 or 15 years, they paroled this perverted person. And even though they were in a home, having to be registered and the whole thing, the emotional health of the person deteriorated, simply knowing that that person was out there in the world potentially doing that to someone else, and never was able to make the connection that it was simply because this person was out. And so I think we don't think about those long-term effects and these things, and I think so I think you're touching on a really, really serious problem.
Well, Joey, are you saying that so when they serve their time and then they're released and then they register, that they're wards of the state, that the state has to take care of them?
If they've committed if they're a criminal without any mental illness, then yeah, they're going to be able to be released to family or whatever workable situation, apartment, whatever, and they'll be. I could go right now on my computer and see who's registered. And again, there are levels.
Well, as long as they have registered.
Right, but if you are a forensic client with a history, a long history of mental health issues, and you need to go into a program mandated by a court and a judge, then you are going to be put into the shelter system. That means that you have an anklet, and that means you get to walk around the subway and go to Columbus Circle, and you're going to be around the community and our children, and that's why it's so interesting to hear what you guys. It's something to think about. We're not going to answer this today, but I want the chat to think about it, and everybody, and we should be involved. We should, keep up with what's going on right now in the with every state. Circling back before I get off, because I want to let other people call in. Circling back to Bundy, Gary and Josh, it's very interesting chemical castration and this whole Depo-Provera medication that supposedly kills the sex libido with these types of people with this type of mental illness and personality disorder. It's so interesting because even with chemical castration, it doesn't work. Many times, they'll even use a device. They'll use something to commit the crime because it's about power. Go ahead, Gary. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You hit the nail on the head, and I knew you would, because it's not really sexual. With certain offenders, it's not. There is a paraphilia. There's no question. But what I'm saying is that if what's underlying it is power, control, domination, that's your personality, and you're going to assert it in a different way. Think, for example, of Koberger, who I am convinced had sexual perversions based on the pornography that was on his phone. Celebrate went through and everything. And as a consequence, I have suggested that that was the real reason he went into that house, right? That there was a sexual intention that he never got to play out because nothing went as planned and it turned into a mass murder. I think that's probably what really happened, but it obviously be hard to prove that. But what I think is with Koberger, Koberger is such a power freak that now that he's in prison, he is doing other things to assert domination and control, like obsessing over his food and trying to get himself moved to other places and get special privileges. In other words, one way or another, you're going to find a way to assert it. When Jerry Bruto went to prison with his foot fetish and his killing of women and keeping a foot in the refrigerator and shoe fetish and everything else, he actually managed to get a company that sold footwear to send catalogs to the prison so that he could use them sexually.
Yeah.
There are offenders who actually make arguments that they need to see the crime scene photos for their defense, so they have them for sexual arousal.
Yeah, I find that just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, because Koberger has them, doesn't he?
I'm pretty sure he probably has. Yes.
Has what? Josh has what? Koberger has what?
I believe he has the crime scene photos.
Oh, got it.
Well, as part of his defense, he could make the argument that he needs them.
He can make the argument that he pled guilty, and who cares?
Listen, I love you guys. Let another caller get in. Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat. Have a great Friday. And by the way, Gary, Koberger was Papa Rogers. I don't care what you say. Never forget. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I don't think so, but that's interesting.
There's a lot of people that feel that way.
That was a red herring, I think.
Joey's always got thought-provoking questions.
Well, he's very bright, and he works with
very
certain
smart
populations, and so he understands. It's like when a person comes from a certain country, they know the culture intimately. You know what I mean? Like around offenders, he gets them. So he asks excellent questions. Yeah. So okay, Sweet Soul is in the audience.
Jason, what's going on, Jason? Thanks for calling.
Hi, how are you?
Is this Jason, the IT expert
from Canada?
Yes, it is.
How are you? I remember you very well.
Good, thanks. Yourself?
Very well. You're calling about the Guthrie case?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting because there's some stuff just came out today, right? That more that they have some thumbnail photos now.
Yeah, that's I wanted to touch on that. I'm getting conflicting reports though. Brian Anton is reporting that they were able to recover some still images, not video, just the still images. But he has a source indicating he actually said he spoke with the sheriff and was informed that it's not relevant to the abduction. But then I'm seeing other reports that ABC is indicating they have a source that it may be relevant to the abduction.
Yeah.
So they were so basically from what I've read and from Brian Anton's video from today, he explained that these were still images that were not captured the night of the abduction, but from a few days before, of apparently some people were still images in the backyard. So it's still not clear. So I'm sure there's a lot going on there, and they probably are trying to investigate if these people are indeed involved, or maybe they were staking out the house from days before. And then Brian Anton explained that they're calling it odd. The sheriff's department indicated that they're finding it odd that on the night of the abduction, there's no still images or video that can be recovered. Now, he was specifically talking about cameras that were covering that would have captured apparently the backyard. It's not clear if these cameras were inside pointing out or if they're cameras that were outside, which I don't think we ever saw any in back of the house or anything. I know there was one on the roof, but I don't think it had anything to do with the backyard. I can't confirm that, but from a technical aspect of it, what's going on here is, like I explained in my last call, you have this server here now that has all this data on it. It is normal that it was easier, I should say, to recover the front door footage because it was basically damaged and put out of commission right after the guy was at the door at some point. So that would be the 3 hours did not go on further. That would make that data more complicated to recover. Because after 3 hours, what happens on the server without a subscription is it just gets looped over completely. And at the same time, you've lost that time gap that you have to go on your phone to see those still images or the motion alert that there was motion at your door that night. Because that will go away without
So just in the interest of time, so what can you deduce
Yeah.
from this? What does this technical knowledge allow you to conclude based upon publicly available information? What insight can you give the audience about what you think?
This is very good news. This is good news because it means that they're able to recover some data going way back. So, and the reason why I say it's good news is because no matter if you're the FBI and so forth, like, yes, of course, they have the best sophisticated tools, but that is not always possible because this server, the purpose of it was to store that data and then send it back to your app that you have the motion alerts on, and then it's recycled over and over, and then at some point it just gets removed completely. So you got layers and layers of other people's data that's basically copying over your data, recording over your data, and that's not always easy to recover. So from a technical standpoint, what's most likely going on in the back end is that they have made a copy, a backup of all this data, okay, and they have sent this over to the FBI. But the FBI most likely provided them tools or had someone from the FBI go in from the digital forensic side, not only get a backup of the server, but get all the traces that have fallen behind. So basically meaning a complete clone of that server.
Fascinating. You know that if this turns out to be true, in a way,
Yeah.
you've broken some news, because I haven't heard anyone
Yes.
else say this. And you know, that is an extremely interesting thing, because that argues in favor of the camp, and I think you would agree, Josh. In fact, I think you did a show in this direction, that the field is breaking into people who think this case is going cold, and people who think that, didn't you do a show on this?
Yeah.
And people who think that probably they know more than they're saying, and they're just waiting, you know, for the data to come back that they can use to nail whoever is at the center of this
Where
web.
do you fall on that, Jason?
Right. And
What I mean?
yeah, which one do you think is true? Do you think they know more than they're saying, and they're going to basically nail the center of this conspiracy, which is because it looks like a conspiracy? Or do you think that the case is cold and they're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks?
No, I don't think it's going cold, especially it means there's a lot of work going on in the back end. Okay. They did not just wake up this morning and say, okay, let's take a look and see if we can recover any data. This has been going on from the get-go, from the beginning, that they had their hands on that. But like I said, it is normal that it took this time, because that is a very, very complex issue, thing to do, because you're talking about, I'll give your audience the example of, let's say you have your iPhone, okay? You've wiped it completely. You have some stuff on there that's malicious, you don't want anyone to find. Okay. First time around you wipe it, it's still there. If it goes in the hands of the FBI, they can get it. But let's say let's move on 5 years forward. Okay? You've wiped your eyes, the same phone 10 times since, let's say. It is going to get even more complicated to go back. Hey, 5 years ago, he had that video on his phone, or that picture, or he sent that text. Let's try and find it. It's going to get more complex, because you have to go through layer of layer.
But it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, no. And sometimes it is. Sometimes something happens, it gets damaged. Also, the purpose of this server was not to store this data. So they're not doing anything to keep it protected in that sense, because these are not the people that are paying for the cloud. That's why you have a cloud subscription. It's not just, for them to make profit. It costs a lot of money, because they got to make sure that if you're paying for a cloud service, that image, that video stays there. And that costs a lot of money in the back end, because you got to protect it. There's so many layers of things keeping data alive. But to me, this is excellent news, because now that they found these images, which is confirmed, by the way, Brian Enton did confirm that the sheriff said that they found still images that was not the night of the abduction. It was days prior. And the sheriff's department apparently told Brian Enton that it's not relevant, but they're going to keep investigating. But regardless if it's relevant or not, this is very good news, because if they keep at it, they within the next little while, we may have images of someone or something that they think maybe perhaps we're scoping the area, because there's nothing. Apparently, they're confirming that for them to come out and say, "Oh, there's nothing on the night of the abduction." You wouldn't just come out and say, "Oh, there's nothing there." Because after finding something, that's telling me that the FBI was somehow able to scope the entire server and focus on that evening and see if there's anything on that evening within those layers. For them to come out and say we don't have anything from the night of the abduction, that tells me that they were able to confirm that by doing some more investigating. It's kind of like, okay, we're going to look for this. And if we don't find this exact thing, that means it doesn't exist. Or else they wouldn't come out and say it. They would have came out and said, we're still trying to recover stuff from the night of abduction. Now, it doesn't mean that it's impossible, but to me, that's not so much. It is bad news, but not in the sense that it was lost. Because the way Brian Enton um, was um, was introducing that topic, it sounded like, oh, something happened to that footage. No, I don't think so. I think that what it most likely is, whatever cameras they're focusing on, there's no motion was detected. Because if it was in the backyard, it doesn't mean that any of the offenders went towards the backyard. So it just could mean that there was no motion detected. And if there's no motion detected, then that camera would not have gone off and captured any images that go to the cloud without a subscription.
And
so
that people would. Do you think it's plausible that people would not? That even a person with some quasi sophistication might think they were in the clear. Do you think?
I think he probably that whoever's involved probably thinks that, hey, there's nothing there. But I'm telling you that they were shaking when that footage of the door came out. I'm sure that shocked them because it shows you their technical level. Okay. Right. If they were really, really sophisticated, okay. Yes, they were smart enough to say, oh, let's cover up head to toe. Let's smash the cameras. But they did not do extra homework. No one typed into Google what happens to Nest footage if you don't have a subscription. If they did not know, if they did or did not know that there was a subscription, in that aspect, they did not do their homework.
Now, if you look back at from the beginning of the case, you'll notice one of the things that I said right away was that I thought that there was, the metaphor I kept using was that there's probably a waiter and a cook, right? We're all paying attention to the person who's serving the food, but who is the one who cooked up the scheme, right? And the motives and intelligence levels of such people tend to be very different. What I said was invariably, what catches these people is the ego, that there is some thinking that they know more than other people do, or they're too sophisticated, or they know how to manipulate computers or cameras or whatever, and they screw up. And so what you see is this colossal ego that is just easily brought down by a dummy, amateurish thing. And that has been happening all across, time and space.
Absolutely.
Josh, don't you think it sounds like some dumb thing is going to bring down this whole scheme?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah. Right. I think that this is just the beginning of this footage. My personal opinion, I think they're probably going to find something that, because mind you, they did not release these images. So it's kind of telling them, okay, we don't think these people were involved, so we're not going to release it. But they're scoping now prior to the abduction night. And perhaps they're going to find out who was maliciously, scoping the area. Concerning the whole motion thing of the cameras, okay, it's very possible that the other cameras did not detect any motion, because if you walk, using my house as an example, if I walk into my house, the cameras that are inside, I could easily throw something at them, destroy them, or even unplug them without being caught in motion. So that, because none of them are on the ceiling. So if they're just placed on a counter or a windowsill, you can maneuver your way around the house in order to not let the motion go off. And even if it does go off, it could be something that was flying. Let's say that you threw something at it. And like you said, Dr. Brucato, I think that the person at the door was given a set of instructions, a set of tools. But in this instance, the chef forgot to do his research on subscriptions and non-subscriptions and what's possible.
Right. Well, so, I think we have another person on hold who also does this kind of work. I think I'm almost positive on comments they're making. Josh, too bad we can't have them on at the same time.
I mean, we could, but they hung up.
Oh, because I think the person was holding a while, but they said
They're
they
being-
oh yeah, okay. Oh, no,
But,
because I thought it was me because I was on earlier and then I had to step out and then I came back on.
they have a different name than you.
Okay.
I also think that the sheriff is so now, you know, he's saying that we think we know the motive and all this kind of stuff.
Except nobody
And-
knows what it is.
Well, he won't
Yeah.
say. He won't say, and then he goes on to say, you know, look, this person could strike again because that's what criminals do. And I mean, I think that sort of goes without saying. I mean, who would think that, you know, this is like maybe just a one-off, that somebody would just do something like this and then that's the end of their career in crime. But he just says these things, and he just puts his foot in his mouth, and he did it again by disclosing that he thinks that they have a working theory. As I mean, should he shouldn't even be talking about that, personally, I think, because first of all, he's not going to say why, and then it's just, you know, I don't know. He's just,
Yeah, why say that if you're not gonna say it? You know, and without a purpose or a need for us to know. But you know, Josh, it's interesting you say that because I asked the same question in the interview room. Dr. Brucato, you were on that night when I had said, what
I'm all over the place. I'm like Forrest Gump.
Is society in danger because of this person? Okay, like, the panel was
a trick question. It's a trick question.
Yeah.
Do you
Yes, it
mean
is.
the chef or the cook? I mean, or the
good question. That's another good question. You stumped me, doctor.
Because they're very different.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Yes,
You're right. Yeah.
Yes, because the person who I think is the waiter,
Mm-hmm.
I think likely is somebody who has done some other things.
Yes.
But he's
I would agree with you.
He looks very callous and comfortable and not afraid.
Yeah.
And whatever. Okay, you don't become that way, you know, overnight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was history, but whoever is behind it might be somebody who has a more isolated situational motive. Right.
Exactly, and I think the panel answered my question in that sense of the mastermind. Is that no? This is most likely a thing that was targeted towards Nancy Guthrie and you know, like going towards that area. But yeah, specifically the guy at the door. You know, who knows what else he's done and or what he's doing now.
Right. But that's the thing, is that this could have been this, and I believe it was. I believe it was targeted, and now Sheriff Nanos is saying that as well.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about the fact of, you know, is the public in danger? Well, when somebody else is going to be targeted, then yes. There are people out there that commit crimes. There's obviously somebody out there, or multiple people out there, that have committed a crime, that when it suits them, or whenever they want payback, or whenever they're looking to commit another crime, they'll do it again. So yes, of course, there's always a threat to the public, because there are always predators out there. And this person, or these people, or the line cook, or the chef, or the hostess, or whoever we're talking about, all of them are obviously unsavory characters who are willing to do things that are illegal to get their way, or whatever, make their point, or whatever it is, you know.
Right.
No, you're right. And Josh, you know, to your point about the sheriff, the way he's talking, he seemed to even confuse the media now, because Brian Anton is saying one thing, ABC is saying another. I mean, at least there's a common denominator there, okay? But it's just, is the footage or not relevant, and is it going to help the case at all? So
if you're not going to put those out, what, like, I mean, are they going to put them out to the public? They haven't said if they are. Why even bring it up? Just to cause speculation?
Perhaps. I mean, I'm not law enforcement. Maybe Dr. Brucato can speak more towards this, but wouldn't it be to kind of say, hey, like, we're working on it, like this is not going cold, to kind of show a little bit of progress? That,
I mean, I guess it could, but he could just say that as well.
I think, Josh, he's right. My guess is that it has to do with saving face and the public that's losing patience after, days and days and days and days, and is becoming afraid that the case is going cold because the general public doesn't understand how long it can take to go through data and so forth.
But Dr. Gary, there's nothing that this guy is going to do besides solve this case that's going to make anybody feel any better about him from everything that he's already done. They were reporting just the other day that this guy had all kinds of mistakes on his resume about why he left certain jobs and his disciplinary.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah,
I'm not touching
that.
Yeah.
But this was reported by the Arizona. Okay. And then
I read it. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So, him coming out and say, hey, we got a couple thumbnails, but we don't know but that's not going to do anything. Nobody cares. Yeah. Nobody cares about that. I mean, look, we care if it helps solve the investigation, but now, so what is he doing? He's like trying to pacify people. What happened to his haters going to hate? Nobody knows what goes on behind the scenes. So I just don't think I get what you're saying. I don't think it's helpful.
It's also creating conversations like this, especially after that article that came out about him. One other thing before I leave you for your other callers, there was some reports of possible tampering with a utility box in the area. Okay, but this is, let me tell you, that is.
I wasn't impressed with that as having.
Okay, that is like, we're talking major outage. Okay. And you would have to be a electrician and everything to know which wire. Like, it's not labeled internet on it. There's many telecommunication. I've been in these. I've been next to these boxes when they're designed, while they're installed, and so forth. Some of my direct reports in telecom were the actual designers and the ones that did the actual physical work of these boxes. It's very complex. You have to know what you're doing, and you don't just, okay, this is the line that's going to cut Nancy Guthrie and her neighbors. Like, we're talking about major outage. So these little things of people saying, oh, my internet was down, oh, I was choppy. This is normal. It happens. The internet is not 100%, and it could be just a coincidence. What I mean?
Especially for that area.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think it's wonderful that you've called in with these ideas. They definitely have food for thought. It's always not, listen to somebody who has expertise in the area. I would be very curious to hear what the other caller, who also seems to work in that area, would have to say, and to listen to the two. I mean, I think there's something fascinating about.
I'm not so interested in what the other guy has to say.
Well, I just mean it's always interesting to hear a different.
He was throwing a little backstage.
Well, that's I didn't see. So, but anyway. So thank you so much, and stay in touch.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and this is to me, from a technical standpoint, I'm very happy that we know about this, because it's telling us that this is it's good news, and that they're not stumped in the sense of hitting a brick wall with this data, which is very important. And this also tells me that they could be progressing on other things as well. There's many other layers that you could get from that, not just from the cameras, but you could. A very quick example is that, let's say your iPhone, when it suggests to you to connect to the Wi-Fi's that are around you, all these things are recorded. Okay, like we could find, hey, on this date, this Wi-Fi was available to you. You didn't connect to it, but it did suggest it to you. Okay, so these are all little things that. It means they're on the right track of finding these things, and maybe there might be other things in the future as they investigate further. They'll be able to recover, and I'm hoping that they get some images that are telling them, hey, you know what, who is this? Well, we need to speak with these people, and perhaps that's what they're doing. Perhaps they want to find these people first before releasing it, not knowing if they're involved or not. Yeah,
maybe so.
I think all of these comments and things are going to be interesting to revisit if there is an arrest, to look back and understand what some of the cryptic remarks and little things meant. But after, we're going to have to look back. So thank you for your call, and we appreciate it. We probably have people on the line.
No problem.
Probably.
Great.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a good night. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you.
Don't you think, Josh, that some of the people have been on hold a long time?
Well, yeah, I mean, that ends up happening. Unfortunately, I feel bad about it. But let's, before.
Away. Look for the buzzards.
Let me see here. Let me read this really quick. When I was in medical school, I trained at Terrell State Hospital. My attending sent me in to do forensic exam in a tiny room with a killer and told me to see if he was legally insane or not. I loved the whole experience. That would be something else. Okay, let's go. Stacy, where are you calling from? Thank you for calling.
Hi, I'm calling from St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you for being patient and being on hold. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. And nice to talk to you, Josh and Dr. Brucato.
Yes.
Excuse me. Dr. Brucato, this is
love that city,
for you.
I love that city, St. Louis.
You do? Well, I've been here all my life.
It's a great city. I did it when I was younger. I did this thing where I drove across. I did 19 states in 2 months. I wanted to.
Oh, wow.
And I stayed in that city for a while, and I have to tell you, I just fell in love with it. It's got just great character. I like the whole.
So I have to ask, did you go in the arch?
I saw it, but I did not go into the arch yet. But
did you have barbecue when you were there?
I did not. Is there a reason you're asking me that?
Aren't they kind of known for their barbecue? Like they have a style of ribs named after the
St. Louis. Yeah, baby back ribs. Yeah. It's so funny because I'm 60, and every time I drive downtown, I'm only 20 minutes south. Everybody always says, "Oh, look, there's the arch." Still.
Right. Here's a quick question for you. How many really famous people could you name from the state of Missouri?
Oh, I think quite a few, actually.
Give me one.
Nelly.
Well, okay. Let's say Phyllis Diller.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, I thought you were going to say Harry Truman or Mark Twain.
The unusual Harry S. Truman.
Yeah. What about Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt. Oh, it's a Springfield. Yes.
How about Walt Disney?
What? Oh.
Walt Disney from Missouri. What about Sheryl Crow?
What about
Sheryl Crow? She's from the Boot Hill. I live in St. Louis area, so
yeah, George Washington.
I would say more. I mean, Tina Turner lived here for a while. Things like that. We have a lot of great sports.
Hamm's from there too.
I'm sorry, who?
John Hamm.
Of course, he shows up at all the hockey games. Jenna Fisher.
Somebody told me.
Brett Hull.
Somebody told me that when you go to school to be if this is even true, when you get trained to be a newscaster, that they teach you to speak English like someone from the state of Missouri. Is that true? I
have never heard of that before.
That's what I was told, that sort of news voice that you when you talk like that, the floats are terrific today. That it's a type of Missouri English that
is right?
Being used because it's considered so central in terms of how English sounds. It's like the equivalent of like the BBC English, if you're
okay.
Yeah, and somebody in the audience said that that's Omaha, but I heard it was from Missouri. But it's interesting.
Well, do you remember listening to KMOX?
Oh,
Jack Buck, the Cardinals, all of that.
Oh yes.
I mean, that was a really big thing here for many, many years. KMOX was everything, along with Augie Bush.
Yeah. All right.
So.
Well, anyway, so we've got impatient people in the audience. So
okay.
We will move on. So what's your question?
Well, Dr. B, this is for you.
Oh,
well, years ago, I met John Douglas at one of his book signings.
Yeah, the founder of the one of the founders of the
yes,
and
absolutely. And of course, I've been reading true crime books since Son of Sam, actually. But anyway, I was in the audience. I was the last one to be able to ask him a question, and I'm in a room full of sheriff, police, FBI, everybody, law enforcement. And here I am sitting there as a groupie watching. this whole speech. Anyway, it dawned on me with all of the with the industry that you're in, with all of the um, you know, you see so much bad stuff. You read so much. You're immersed in it. It's your life. It's your study.
Yeah.
How do you get away from that and decompress and do you compartmentalize it? How do you, at the end of the day, let it go?
Well, this is a complicated question, and you'll learn right away that I'm very good at deflecting questions like this. But I'm going to try to give you a generic answer to this.
Okay.
Looks like somebody in the audience is leaving you, Josh.
Well, I told them to.
I don't know why. I don't know what we did, but anyway. So look, I have talked to a lot of people that work in this business, from law enforcement to mental health to
Right.
even people who work in the spiritual side of things and so forth. And all of us would be lying if we told you that there's no way in which you're affected by seeing all this stuff. I mean, and even if it's as simple as you kind of compartmentalize it and get so intellectualized that you talk about it nonchalantly, right? So, as Chris McDonough always jokes, we don't get invited to too many cocktail parties. Well,
Which I watch every show. I watch every show there too.
The fact is that it's going to leak out. When we're together, what do you think we talk about? I mean, we're processing horrendous things that we see day in and day out, or deal with, or listen to victims, or look at crime scene photos, or whatever. It's a lot.
Right.
But I think that what it is very similar to the way like a surgeon works or something. You train yourself to do this thing that's very difficult over and over and over again, because you're doing it with the ultimate purpose being a good one, to help people, right? So you get kind of immune in that way. In fact, I think that what happens in trauma, where people get numb to is kind of a leftover. It's a remnant of an evolutionary process, I think, where exposure to something that's very, very horrifying, results in the brain shielding itself by just mentalizing it or intellectualizing it, which I think is a little bit of that going on with those of us who deal with this stuff. But I think that it's not like getting in the way of doing it. It's not becoming something that's a problem. It's just you have to put it in a box to deal with it. Now, in my own case, I make a lot of meaning out of it. I see it through a very spiritual lens. I think it's a calling that a person can have in this world. Because the reality is that you are looking square into the face of darkness, right? The worst thing to do. And people who have been affected by it, I don't think that's for everybody. I really do think that's a calling. And my sense about it is that you have to make a kind of a meaning out of it. You have to see it as a calling, and you have to have outlets in life where you are around people who are healthy and happy. For me, the happiest things are spending time with my family, particularly my little nephew and nieces, and when I'm sitting with them and drawing pictures or coloring or whatever, I'm experiencing life in its fullest, in its happiest, and it's and it's necessary for recharging the batteries, the empathy battery, that can get so drained by the stuff. The other thing, of course, I happen to be blessed with a lot of abilities, like making music and painting and drawing and making collage work and other things, and they're outlets. They're outlets for me. In doing that, I have a way of sort of locking out that stuff and focusing on things that are positive, that feel productive, like bringing something alive into the world, rather than thinking about all the other thing is that I spend a lot of time with people that are extremely good. I love the other end of the spectrum, the people who remind you that we tend to pay attention to the rotten people. They get all the attention. If it bleeds, it leads. But the reality is that there are a lot of amazing people in this world. And when I spend time with people like that, these sanctified kind of people, it sort of makes you forget these awful things for a little, because I think the awful stuff, as horrible as it is, with enough time, it gets gobbled up in history. The people that are affected will remember it their entire lives. There could be multiple,
Sure.
but ultimately there's a smallness to those hideous things. But goodness has a way of rippling across time and space and having a permanence. And I love that, and I love that the most genuine and kind people get no credit. They don't get recognized. They're not in the papers. They're not in the. I love that. I think it's very beautiful that you're even thinking about the human side of the people who do this work. Most people don't. I have to tell you, I every day of my life, I pay very, very careful attention to how many people ask me how I am. And many times the whole day will go by and I'll talk to 10 people, 15 people, 20 people, help them go there. And not one says, how are you?
Right.
You understand? I pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
You understand? So I think when you get a person like you who calls in and asks a question like this, it's easy to underestimate how much empathy and imagination that takes to envision. You know what I'm saying? It's like the person who says,
I do.
I wonder, I was sitting in the, in the symphony, and I was watching the guy, or the woman play the violin for 2.5 hours. And I started thinking, what if they have to go to the bathroom? What if they,
Right.
what if
Right.
what if the bow breaks? What if like that kind of imagination and that kind of empathy is rarer than you think. Most of us just take it for granted the person could play for hours and hours, you see? So I like that question a lot. I think it's a very beautiful question, and it says something about you as a human being.
Thank
What
you.
do you do for a living?
I'm a jeweler.
Oh, that's so symbolic, isn't it?
I've been a jeweler for 36 years, and I love it because I get to talk to people. And, you know, I found out, of course, everybody likes pretty things, but it's really not about the jewelry. It's about their story getting there and what that means to them, what the jewelry means to them. There's always a human emotional attachment. And
Yeah,
I feel so satisfied knowing that and getting to be a part of that.
I think that's beautiful. Did you ever see that episode of Saturday Night Live where it's supposed to be that Rose from Titanic gets visited by her grandchildren who want to know where the multi-million-dollar star of the sea is, and she doesn't have the heart
No.
to tell them. She threw it in the ocean, so they beat her like until she makes up a story about the star of the sea because they're so angry. They're like, Grandma, where's the freaking star? And then the only way to get out of it is she has to claim she was never on the Titanic. She made the whole story up. It's like, oh, bat, lied to us.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
That's funny. I didn't see that, but I'll look for it on YouTube.
Terry O'Terry plays the Gloria Stewart part. Yeah, but I happen to have an interest in rare gems and rocks and things like that, particularly of certain colors, and so I think that's interesting that you do that. And
Thank you.
so I appreciate that quite a lot. And thank
Thank
you
you.
for being somebody who sees beauty where other people just see a rock. That's a beautiful
Oh,
trait.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, sure. And it's fun. I love what I do, but I really love the human interaction and the emotional part of it because
Yeah.
it's just not about a rock. There's so much that's tied to that rock, you
And how
know?
it was formed, the symbolism of how it was formed is so interesting.
Right.
And the fact that like wedding rings and things are worn on the Apollo finger is very
Yes.
interesting because they used to believe that there was a connection between that ring finger and your heart.
Right. Carries the vein to the heart.
Yeah,
Right.
that whole idea that
Right.
there's something there because of its special connection. These things are quite interesting. So, but anyway, thank you so much. That was a really interesting call.
Yes, thank you, Stacy.
Well, I wish you all the best. I know that whenever you take in so much of the bad, I wonder, like with your books, the writing, the purging, does that help you? It's kind of like journaling in a way. And I
Yeah.
wondered if that was effective. It is for me. I like to journal. So I was wondering, when you take on I don't know if I'm an empath or what, but I always like to take in as much good and get the bad out and
Well,
balance.
yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I think it has to do with the idea that when you get caught up in helping other people, you forget yourself. But it's
Right,
not necessarily bad, like I'm not taking care of myself. I don't mean that. I just mean
right,
that you start, your orientation becomes so other oriented that it's a joy to
right,
spend yourself doing it. You see what I'm saying?
right.
So
Oh, sure,
so that's,
sure.
but so I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, and thanks for being so.
Well, thank you. And I watch you play piano. I grew up with a whole family of piano players, so
Any good?
I I'm I don't play. My mother played by ear for many years, and
Good.
she literally was on her deathbed and saw a baby grand piano out in the hallway of the hospice center and said, "I gotta go try to finish this Bob Seger song I'm trying to work out."
That's so
And
fun.
she
So,
did.
did you enjoy the piano music?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love Claire de Lune.
Yeah.
I would love to see. I love
Well, I
all
have
piano.
I love Debussy a lot. So,
Me too.
in fact, if you listen to the interpretations I like to do of popular songs, you'll probably hear some impressionistic kind of jazzy style in the music there. A little, you can probably pick up that I like Debussy,
Sure.
Fauré, Satie, and a lot with
I
Satie.
see it fill your soul, and I get that.
Well, I think that,
I get that. So keep it up, monetize, make some money, and let everybody else pay you for your time.
yeah, right. I'm not so sure they pay for it, but I appreciate it and thank you. Okay.
You're
So
welcome.
Thank you, Stacey.
Stay well, everyone. Have a
Bye.
great night. Thanks for letting me through. It's been a real pleasure.
bye. That was a cool call.
Yeah. Let me let's hold on. I got a question here. Dr. Gary, I'm wondering if you have looked into the Chris Watts case and have any theories regarding his psychological issues that could have contributed to and drove him to unalive his family. Thank you so much.
I think, Josh, you have a few things to say about Chris.
Well, absolutely. But I think a lot of his was that he wanted a fresh start and was willing to do anything that he could to not have the responsibility of leaving a wife and 3 kids and
what's that called?
Elimination murder.
Exactly.
That's what it is. Yeah, absolutely. No question about it.
That's what I think. And if you look in the New Evil, there are categories for that.
Yes.
To get a sense of what
Chris Watts is disgusting. I mean, he is the epitome of foul. Dr. Gary, I survived strangulation by my ex-husband. He wasn't visibly angry. He was eerily calm, like he was just doing a task. What's the psychology of somebody who is totally cold during such high lethality attack?
I think because the question has a clinical tone and is about a specific person who's not a public figure, it's probably inappropriate for me to answer it. That's more like a private conversation kind of a thing.
Sure.
Where I would only be able to speak generally because I don't know this person that's being talked about. I could just talk about why other people might do that, but I think that's it's not appropriate to answer that. Don't you think, Josh? Very
yeah,
clinical.
Yeah, I think that when when it sort of becomes personal.
It's just, yeah, I have to be professional and appropriate. So, but is there anyone? But I have a lot to. I mean, of course, I have a lot to say about people who do that. But
Sure.
Well, yeah.
Let's see here, and
I think there's a lot of. I'm hearing a lot of is the normalization of that as a kind of kinky sexual behavior among young people, both being done alone and being done with partners. It can be pretty dangerous. I'm aware of people, for example, who have wound up passing out or winding up in an ER.
Yeah, what was that? What was the guy from Kill Bill?
Oh yeah, yes, Carradine.
David Carradine. Yeah.
So you're talking about autoerotic. You're talking about autoerotic asphyxiation, where people engage in that stuff.
Isn't that what you were talking about?
Well, some of them autoerotically, and some of them it's where they're with a partner and they want that to feel dominated or whatever. They'll say to the person, you know, strangle me or whatever. But if it's done with incredible intensity, the person can pass out or be hurt. Some people do it because it peaks the orgasmic experience to lose oxygen and then suddenly get it. But the thing is, it can be extremely dangerous. And sometimes that what happens is you get someone who's into that and they're dating or married to or whatever, a person who is sadistic, who would love nothing more than to strangle a person into unconsciousness. You know, so one has to be very, very careful with that stuff. You know, so there's a lot of that going on. I'm hearing about it a lot.
Yeah, and some people, you know, to the person's question, some people are just cold blooded. I mean, they operate on a whole different level of psychoticness where violence is just second nature to them, and maybe it doesn't excite them the same way that, you know, people who do thrill kills, you know, or you know, get a rise out of beating somebody up. They just like it. It's just
strangling. Remember, asphyxiation is something that's been studied by me and Victor Petrecka and Ann Burgess at Boston College. And you know, strangling, when it's done
so personal.
It's very intimate. You can look directly into the eyes of the person. It's extremely powerful feeling, and it takes a long time. You know, it's not like in the movies where
many minutes, like what is it, like 4 to 6 minutes or something like that?
There are offenders that will take their gloves off to do it because it's feels more intimate and you know, I mean, it's horrifying. So it's just, and I think, you know, the question is, and I don't want to get into a thing where like we're making a sweeping pathologizing statement, but the fact of the matter is, if you're in a romantic relationship, a sexual relationship with a person who wants to do that to you, there are a lot of people who would view that as a red flag, that a person enjoy doing that. But the thing is, there is a whole world of people that are into that who feel they authentically love their partner, but who are aroused by this stuff. So it gets tricky, you know. But personally, I think it's dangerous stuff, and I think you have to pay attention to it.
Yeah, no question about that. All right, let's see. So the sleuth intuition. Go ahead, you're on. Where are you calling from?
What's up, Josh? Longtime listener calling from Phoenix, Arizona. Longtime subscriber.
Very cool.
Thank you. I don't know your voice. I don't think we've ever spoken before.
I think this is first time, but I've seen you around. Definitely.
Dr. Brucato, love your work on the Long Island serial killer.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's an interesting case. Yeah.
Just a quick question for both of you, but I want to start with you, Doctor.
Sure.
Have you come up with any kind of a psychological profile in the Guthrie case?
Well, again, it's a little bit of a trick question. Do you mean the person who probably was responsible for it, or person or people who sloppily carried out the deed?
Because the original motivation.
Original motivation. So it's a little tricky, because what I think is that on the superficial level, the motivation was financial. I think that's a fair statement, whether it was a robbery gone haywire, although I don't think so, a abduction where you were going to put somebody up for ransom and they might have passed away, like, which is what I think happened in the Lindbergh case, and you try anyway, or you don't have any proof of life, so you abort, you know, the situation. Or if it was to get someone out of the way, with the idea being that maybe there'd be a will, although I can't cast any aspersions on anybody who knew her. You know, I think there was a financial element to it. But I think that because I suspect that someone in the back of the story knew her, had an intimate knowledge of her, whether that was someone who knew her in a vague way or knew her very intimately, I think that such a person would also have to be able to view her in an almost inhuman way, where you'd have to shut your feelings off and just see the person as an impediment to what you want, or that it would be difficult to imagine a world in which the person didn't have some other more personal issue, like a grievance or with another person in the family, or a attention seeking or jealousy or envy or anger or whatever. There has to be something else there. And the reason is, what gives me that opinion is that there are things that went on in this case that were not necessary if your goal was simply to get money out of a person. There are little extras that one would not do. If you want to abduct an 84-year-old woman for money, you go into the house with a firearm, you take her, you walk her out, you get her medication, you make sure she has her cane, you treat her as precious cargo, you bring her somewhere, and within 24 to 48 hours, you have proof of life. You tell the person, here's a picture, here's a video, here's a phone call, send the money, here's how you do it, and in a week it's over. And at the very least, you would steal things from the house. Right. So that I think what you've got is some other element going on there. And because there appear to be multiple people involved, the psychologies are so different, it's throwing everybody off. Because it's like you're profiling as if you're looking for one individual. Right. Now, whoever it is that I think carried this out is, it looks a lot like cases where somebody is like a hired gun, like a hitman or a person that you just make an arrangement with to do something or whatever. And they're not particularly good at it. The way that they wore the holster, the gun not fitting in the holster, you could blow your crotch off, with that stupid way they wore it.
Better Bob.
The dumb sort of, right. That sort of half-baked attempt at putting an outfit together, to look kind of intimidating and look kind of like a criminal. There was some research and everything, but it was a little dopey. The foliage in front of the camera, it's a little bit of a half-baked quality there.
It's kind of feminine.
Well, that's an interesting comment. But whatever's going on behind the scenes, that individual, we have to remember, has basically gotten away with this for like 40 days, right? And there you start thinking that person seems to be a little bit more cocksure and kind of arrogant and possibly enjoying the idea that everyone and their mother is looking for them. And, there is that flavor of attention seeking.
Like the arsonist.
That's an interesting comment, right? So I always think about offenders who are enjoying the being wanted by the public, right? So I always tell the story about Andrew Cunanan, when Andrew Cunanan sat in the hotel room, holed up in the hotel room on the run, and it comes on the TV that he is now on the 10 most wanted list. I always imagine Andrew Cunanan saying, wow, they want me. I'm one of the most wanted, right?
For once in my life.
Once in my life, exactly, because there's that flavor of liking, being smarter than other people, and people being interested in you. There's a whiff of that going on here. And the idea that you sort of parasitically attach yourself to someone associated with a rich and famous person is interesting. Because as I always say, when celebrities are involved, the thing about crime with them is that you are forever attached to them. You go into Wikipedia and you look up Abraham Lincoln, and for everything that man did, you've got to read John Wilkes Booth's name. See? You look up John Lennon and you read about all the songs he wrote and everything else, and you've got to see the name of his assassin. So that, and Andrew Cunanan has forever.
Or Yoko.
Yeah.
I was going to say Yoko as well.
That's true. Oh no.
I'm sure she had her motivating factors.
Right. I always call her Yoko. Oh no. But you also get, you think about and Andrew Cunanan will forever be associated with Versace. We forget Andrew Cunanan just wanted to kill a famous person. He had his eye on Tom Cruise on Madonna. He just wanted to kill a famous person. That also happened with Crooks, the guy that shot at Trump.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that he was looking at a lot of people, including Fani Willis, the prosecutor in Georgia. She's a Democrat, on the other side, as I understand it. She's blue, right? So I think that it just has to do with some people just want infamy. I think there's something to that in whoever the character is that's behind the curtain. I cannot believe that whoever did this, the one who actually went to the house, I really cannot believe that person operated alone, and I cannot believe that that individual was not in cahoots with some brighter bulb behind the curtain, and I think they botched whatever it is that they were that they were asked to do, because they're not very bright.
Are they a
And
psychopath? Well, let me ask you this.
I
Do
think
you
that
think
Mary Ellen O'Toole has said that about the person, the profile has said that
Mhm.
about the person on the camera, that there was such a nonchalance that it's suggestive of sociopathy. I could see that because of the
do you think
extreme.
one could be a psychopath and one couldn't? Like the person who set this whole thing up might be a psychopath, but then the masked man may not be?
We would need a lot of information to look at, a hair checklist, to really say that. But the one thing that is very intriguing is at least the person on the camera doesn't seem afraid at all. The nonchalance.
The technology, maybe?
Well, who knows? But one of the hallmarks of psychopathy is that you don't have appropriate fear. That's why if a person with a psychopathic brain is treated well by life, they could actually become a very pro-social person because they're not afraid to do
Good
heroic.
businessman.
Yeah, right. They're not afraid to do things other people are. But I think that character,
Or women.
that right, that thing that there are women who are psychopaths, absolutely,
Mhm.
but they're more likely to be men. Some people believe there's an underestimation of how many women can be psychopathic.
Yeah, but that has to do with testosterone,
Compartmentalization.
doesn't it?
Right, or it could be that women are more taught in the
Compartmentalized.
world to know how to mimic empathy and kindness and so forth, so that it's easier to get away with it. So these are interesting points. But I think in terms of profiling, we have very little data. But I think that the first thing you've got to do is separate out the two psychologies or more that seem to be at play, and you have to think there are different kinds of motives likely playing out. And that happens in cases where you hire someone or you engage with someone to do the deed for you. See, and so remember that, because whenever you profile, for example, a case where let's say something went on the ground that on the one hand looks very organized, but on the other looks very chaotic, you think, well, okay, maybe they started out one way and got upset and it went haywire, right? Or maybe they got more organized as they cooled
The
off,
variable.
using a drug, or maybe it was more than one person. Sometimes when there's more than one person, you can have different behavior at a scene. See, so in this case, I think it has to do with a mixture of different people, and but we'll see. But I think it's a great question. Is there anything else we could address?
Yeah, before I let you go real quick, you said you think it might be financial. Do you think the ransom could be part of some kind of more like part of the humiliation part of it? Do you think Savannah, well, let me ask you this, could Savannah be the target?
It is certainly plausible. We don't have enough info to know, but what I would say is certainly if you're going to do a ransom, you need someone who's got the money to pay.
Well, look,
Right.
what are the chances that somebody's targeting an 84-year-old woman that doesn't have somebody linked to an insane amount of money that could be garnered from what happened?
Well,
to
if
her?
you remove Savannah, she is extremely vulnerable.
Well, she
Well,
was extremely vulnerable anyway.
That's
Right,
what I
but-
mean. Like without
but they
Savannah.
didn't take anything from her. They didn't take anything from her, and she
Yeah,
wasn't.
exactly.
She wasn't treated as precious cargo, like somebody that you were going to have.
They would have
to.
taken the car too, I think, if it was like a more opportunistic.
I think that, to be perfectly frank with you, and I'm going to be careful with this because I don't want to go too much out on a limb, but I am inclined to think that the entire ransom story is a staged thing to conceal the fact that this was some kind of hit job, because the signs do not look anything like an abduction. They don't. It doesn't make sense. The fact of the matter is that if you are abducting a person, you have to keep them alive. They are not bleeding. They have their cane. They have their medicine. It doesn't make sense. It looks more like somebody wants her out of the way, and then you go, look over here.
Some staging.
Right, which takes a very different kind of psychology. But I can't say this for sure. It's entirely possible that there was an abduction attempt with the idea being you're going to ransom her, and she passes away. She gets hurt. She has a
Mhm.
fall. You know, they don't think it through. That could happen too.
Maybe
But
even right away.
who knows? I mean, who knows if they were even in that house? Because that's the other thing. Technically speaking, I think she was there, but technically speaking, it's plausible that whole thing is staged up and she never even
Critically.
got back to that house. So I think, you know, you always want to
Mhm.
think like a scientist about these things. We can only have a hypothesis that has to be shaped with time. And I am not comfortable with virtually anything in this story because the minute you commit to it in your logical syllogism, something comes along and knocks out of the way, or you find out that somebody, you know, went out and said something prematurely or is double
Mhm.
speak. Someone else had. So I'm not comfortable with this story. But I will say there's so little about it that looks like an abduction, a true intended abduction,
Staged
that
abduction.
it's fishy to me. It looks a lot more like cases I'm familiar with where you just kill somebody and then you make it look like something else.
John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, well, that's another story. That we'll be here all day if you want to talk about John Benet Ramsey. I'm not going down. I am not going for that bait.
But real quick, you said possibly family or somebody that might have worked there. We were kind of describing the perp.
No, I did not say that because people have been cleared it publicly. Let's say so. So what I would say is, I think the person behind the curtain knew her, had some
Somehow.
familiarity with her. That could be anything. That could be the person who delivers the mail. That could be or it could be someone who
Mhm.
knows her intimately. But
Or
I think
watching secretly even.
has some familiarity with her. That's very
Gotcha.
vague.
I appreciate that.
Right. But I think that we have to be responsible and not name specific people because I think that gets a little much. I think it's best to say loosely there's some familiarity with her because the comfort level and everything is odd if you weren't. I also think that there must have been a period of probably weeks to months of a bunch of people talking to each other and casing the place and talking with some kind of mechanism where it's concealed and you're chatting about it because a lot of planning would have been necessary for this. This was not like the day before they said, you know, we're going in and doing this. I
So
think
you don't think it's far-fetched? I had a weird idea that they might have had people kind of looking out, watching for police, maybe a diversion even, maybe.
who knows? I think that, you know, that whoever did this, I don't think is a professional gang or anything like that. Too dumb and
But
you know whatever.
thoughtful.
But thoughtful. But I do think that they learned a little bit about organized crime, gangs, whatever, and did like a sort of half-assed mimic of it.
Well, Dr. Ann and you, both of you believe that this is somebody that has studied up on this kind of thing.
Well, yeah, they tend
Maybe
to.
even movies. It kind of gave me a Ransom. You know, the movie Ransom.
Mel
It gave me those. Yeah. Right away, I was like, man, this feels like that movie Ransom. It was really odd. That's why I kind of went to the worker. You know, maybe
I
it's just somebody that was working
thought
there.
that same thing about that movie. That movie came to mind when I
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
It
know
was
why.
like somebody, they weren't really a criminal, but they were trying to think like a criminal, think
Right.
like what a criminal would do. Kind of like the way I
just
do
get
on my
into the
podcast.
game. Yeah.
And this is part of the problem. See, one of the things is, if you know anything about my writing or whatever, is that I'm very interested in the intersection of crime and the time in which it occurs, the technology, the culture, whatever. And I'm fascinated by this case from the angle of it basically playing out on our phones and our television and radio like it's some episode of CSI where we have completely forgotten, you know, where people feel obliged to come out and like say things prematurely because they need to give the latest installment of the narrative to the hungry public, you know, that kind of thing. And what I think is that you're seeing offenders that are studying other cases. So, for example, and I know that Maureen O'Connell has made the same point, it's very interesting that when the Koberger case happened, there was a lot of talk about that it's not just enough to shut your phone off and whatever. And then you start seeing that in the Brown University shooting, and in this case or whatever, where the way people are doing things with their phone, where you're not seeing any trace of it or whatever, it almost makes you wonder if they studied up on it based on other cases that are super hot in the media. And they go, oh, I'm going to learn from that. The
Can I
Long
ask you a
Island.
side question, not to throw you off,
No,
but before I forget,
Yeah.
cell phone, do you believe it could be used as an alibi?
There are cases I'm aware of where I think people did things with their cell phone intentionally to create timestamps and things because they know that that's gonna. Remember, Josh?
It happens a lot,
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
Well, you hear
Remember-
about it in court a lot where they say, well, we believe this person was such and such because of their phone, the data on their phone, or
Yeah,
the
but the
Google.
problem with that is you could make your phone go somewhere else while you're committing a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm aware of a story, for example, where somebody made a social media video, and I think that social media video was done simply to have a time-stamped video where somebody was, alive at the time.
They won't, well, they won't necessarily just rule somebody out because of like their cell phone wasn't in the area. But if their cell phone is in the area, that definitely bolsters the case. You know what I mean? So it's like what's the Barry Morphew, like the one and only time that guy ever turned off his cell phone was the exact time that his wife went missing. So you're going, okay, is that enough to convict him? No. But what it is, it's like when you take a branch, and you break it in half, you go, okay, well that was easy. So it's just you have just this one little hiccup, right? And then you take a bunch of branches and you go, well, he had he had
you got a bonfire.
Yeah, he had all this stuff that the stuff that he made, what was it, the stuff that the veterinarians were supposed to have.
The train.
He's the only one. Yeah, he's the only one in the state. So then you get a whole bunch of branches and you can't break it anymore. So it kind of it wouldn't necessarily eliminate you, because just to say that, well, I was at home asleep, my cell phone proves that's not going to be enough,
and leave it to a vet to say a bobcat got her, right? Only a vet would think about that.
I know. What a yeah, Bam was what it was. I remember that.
I hate that story.
And then they find Bam. They just so happen to find Bam in her bones, like the
right. Well, let me ask you something to the caller. What do you do for a living?
I am a YouTuber right now. Right. What are you doing right now? Who pays your bills right now?
You talking Josh or me?
You. I think he's a YouTuber too, but I don't know if he does something
Well,
else.
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist full time, and I'm also a book author and a researcher, and I have an academic title with the university.
Absolutely.
But I actually, all day long and with patients doing assessments and psychotherapy, and I do prison visits and reports for the courts.
What's that like? And visiting with prisoners. Do you feel like you gain a lot of insight?
Well, you have to visit them in order to hear their side of a story, and but it's like I was saying earlier. It's like making visits to a country. You're going to learn about the culture and the understanding, and all that. But the reason I was asking is because I'm always interested in the architecture of a person's brain and thought process. And listening to you, I was curious, what you do for a living. The sort of logicality of your brain is interesting to me.
Yeah, podcaster.
Yeah,
streamer, I guess.
Cool. Do you do a true crime podcast or
true crime mainly? True crime mainly.
That's cool. Josh? Are you familiar with the show?
I believe I'm subscribed to the sleuths in sleuth.
Yeah, I've been in his chat for a while.
I find your stuff very interesting. I have actually seen some of it. Somehow I didn't connect the voice.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Very interesting. Very interesting. See, I could smell your logicality. That's a very
interesting
trait that you have.
In fact, it has a patina.
Yeah, that's cool. It's nice to talk to you.
All right, thank you guys for having me.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Take care.
Thanks again. Thanks, Josh.
You're so welcome. Keep up the good work. That's cool, Josh.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Have you watched some of this stuff?
I have, yeah, I have.
What do you think?
Very good. Like I said, I've been subscribed for a while.
It's very thought provoking.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's ask Dr. Gary, in your personal opinion, do you think Summer Wells will get justice?
Oh God, that's such a sad story. I am of the opinion that Summer is no longer with us. And I think that it is very difficult to envision a world in which a lead is just going to pop up out of nowhere. I think that probably somebody who knows the story will ultimately rat. You know what I mean? Will come forward and sort of alleviate their conscience, or there will be a break in the dynamics of whoever knows about it, and then something. But I don't see it as something where otherwise, like because I think there've been a lot of wild goose chases and things about that. Don't you think, Josh? I mean, and don't you think it's good? It would break ultimately when someone who is aware of the story decides to come forward and just talk.
I think there's a few people that are holding it up, and
hopefully, I'm not getting into who that is.
Well, I'm not saying either, but everybody already kind of knows how I feel. Dr. Gary, your thought on Sean Great? His interrogation vids scare me worse than Bundy.
Yeah, I actually have artwork from Sean Great here.
Oh God!
In my home, that was sent to me. But Josh, pull the Sean Great up, the case up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the Wikipedia.
Yeah, just pull it up.
Yeah, he's a nasty one, dude.
Mm-hmm. But it'd be interesting to talk about. That was so interesting, Gary. I didn't, Josh. I didn't realize that's who we were talking to, but I know that program.
Yeah,
I've had it recommended to me during the course of the Guthrie case. Some people have wanted to watch it. Yeah, interesting.
Let's see.
And no, not on my wall, in my files, that I use. A lot of artwork writers from offenders. You'd be shocked how much.
I'm sure you get a lot of it.
Material.
Sean Great is an American serial killer and rapist who was sentenced to death for the murders of 5 young women in and around northern Ohio in 2006, 2016. Great was convicted on 2 counts of aggravated murder on May 7th, 2018. In Ashland County, pleaded guilty to 2 additional murders on March 1st, 2019 in Richland County, and pleaded guilty to an additional murder on September 11th, 2019 in Marion County. He was sentenced to death and is on death row awaiting execution.
Okay, and then go down to the victims.
Okay.
I mean, the psychology of an offender like this lies in what they do to the victims, with the victims. So start with the Jane Doe, and then
survived Jane Doe. Well, Great slept. The victim identified by the indictment only as Jane Doe. Jane Doe called 911 from the Ashland house where Great had bound her to the bed and held her for 3 days, during which time he sexually assaulted her. She was safely rescued by the Ashland police. Since she was the victim of sexual assault, police declined to reveal her identity.
Here's the key. This line is the key. Great claims. Go ahead.
Claims he did not plan to kill her and that they were going to get married.
Right. Now, you see, that's very interesting from the perspective I was talking about earlier that I'm going to be writing about in the follow-up to the Weevil, is this idea that I think that there is a very great emphasis on the sexual elements of serial killers, but the point sometimes gets missed that the sexual is just one manifestation of a desire to control and dominate people.
Yeah.
And that is partially rooted in a desire to make the people in your family or the world around you or the people you're romantically interested in when you're younger more predictable. I always know where you are. You come and go when I want you to. I eat you because you are now part of me forever. You can no longer leave me, like Jeffrey Dahmer said, right? I keep a piece of your trophy, and now I always know where it is. I bury you over there so I can visit it, and now your comings and goings are dictated by me. So this thing of him saying, "Oh, I wanted to marry her. Like, I just want her to stay with me forever," in a twisted way. I understand that in the psychology of a serial killer, that there's this bizarre idea that you're keeping the person near you, and that's interesting. It is no excuse. This was a sexual assault, I mean, for sure. But the point is that there are more motives than just dominating and controlling the person sexually. And so then, if you keep going, you see that then there's Stacy Stanley. That was a strangulation case, right? Elizabeth Griffith strangled to death. Candace Cunningham, that was a torture situation where she was kept for a few days and tortured. I think 3 days. There was a strangulation case, Rebecca Lisi, the Dana Lowry case. That's another one. I actually don't know how she died. I actually am not sure of the cause of death, but I think most of these are strangulation cases. So then what is the caller interested in knowing? This is in many ways a garden variety kind of serial killer, right? A sexually motivated serial killer where there is some element of torture that is present. We would need the details of the torture to know how sadistic we're talking. Are we talking like a category 22 David Parker Ray kind of torturer? Or do we mean somebody who engages in some non-protracted torture quickly? It's a very big difference between the type that keeps like a torture chamber, right? You know what I mean? Try to keep somebody for 30 days and is torturing them, or a person who engages in some of it as a sadistic act during a sexual assault or for a couple of days. So it would be important to understand. But it's he's this is the classic thing. I mean, strangulation is very favored by serial killers, according to the serial killer database. Terry Leary's friend of mine, and people run that. The most common method for serial killing is by gun, but this is because the current definition of serial killing allows for people to be called serial killers who are not motivated in a perverse way, but who are just like bumping people off, separated in time by a cooling off period for reasons like, I'm just killing the witnesses to robbery. I think if you confine serial killing to its original definition, where it's done in the service of abnormal psychosexual gratification, you'll see that strangling is very common there. Right. And you see what I'm saying? Because the numbers get watered down by these other people that meet the technical definition. So let me see what Misty Dawn says. It was his rationalizing why he did it and how manipulative it was to interrogate. He would only talk to a female detective. Well, this is not surprising. I'd have to see if he was ever assessed in terms of personality disorder. But the personality.
I remember him only wanting to talk to female police officers, and I've heard of that before. It's
right. But the idea is that if it turned out that, like many serial killers, he turned out to have personality traits that were narcissistic or psychopathic or sadistic or all of the above, none of that would be surprising. Nor would the strange fragmentation where you're brutalizing women, but you might also be most comfortable talking to one or idealizing one. Or, think of Tommy Lynn Sells, who could brutalize a woman like she was a rag doll, think nothing of her. And yet he sort of develops this strange, loving relationship with his bail bondswoman, while he's in prison. Yeah. Not shocking.
We got to do a show on Tommy Lynn.
Oh yeah, well, we could have his biographer on. She's a dear friend of mine. She dedicated a book to me. Diane, yeah, she dedicated her Lizzie book to me because I gave her the idea.
I read everything I can about him for some reason.
So then you've read Through the Bedroom Window. You've read her book.
Yeah, he's a freak.
You want to have her on?
I would love to have her on. I would love that so much.
Friend of mine, I adore her, and she could talk about her Lizzie book too.
That would be fantastic.
Oh, she'd come on. She's the best. Diane, she was an Edgar. I think she won the Edgar. I was in the pool for that, like to be considered for a nomination when it's a new evil. But
Shit, I could get. She signed my book.
You have a book signed by her?
No, I said I would like to get my book.
Oh
signed.
yeah, she would. I have her signature too. I love her. She's a friend of mine on social media, Josh.
He I don't know what it is about him. He's just, I don't know, man. The guy is so cold blooded.
Oh yeah. You know what he said about himself when they asked him about his crimes, and he said he called himself the little boy without a dream.
He was.
Yeah, pull up if you want. Pull up on YouTube Michael Stone, my co-author and mentor, interviewing him for ID on Most Evil. It's just, you cannot believe the stuff this guy says. It's just unbelievable. There was somebody in the audience who said something very kind. The Quiet Fun. He said that he had discovered my work through these appearances, and he's become a fan. I think that's really sweet. Actually, I can't tell. I can't really see the image, so I don't know. But
What was it on? I can't find it.
It's on Investigation Discovery. I could find it for you. It's fascinating because
I don't think they'll let me play it.
Why? He's not giving gruesome detail.
No, but
because you're showing a clip.
Yeah, they strike. They'll take you down.
Yeah. But the person that I'm talking about, they had a question for me that they're referring to, but I cannot find the question. But they seem like a very nice person, and the Quiet Fun. Maybe somebody could find the question. You're right. They might strike you. Okay. So is there another caller on the line?
Yeah,
Lord, good Lord, these people are probably ready to pass out.
All right, Linda.
Oh, my friend Linda, how you doing? Linda? Surprised?
Hi, yeah, surprise.
Surprise!
I always love when you call. You've become such a regular. You're like one of those breakout characters on a sitcom. Like you need your own show at this point. You're like our Urkel.
I might be high maintenance tonight, so we'll see.
No,
she said ominously.
Well,
okay, go ahead.
First of all, I called because I wanted to tell you both how much I appreciate what you do and how helpful you are to people who need answers. And
that's beautiful.
So I always appreciate calling in and being able to try to figure out my life and what's left of it. You may see that I don't have gray hair anymore. I colored it brown and put some blonde streaks in it because next month I'm going to turn 70, and that's a milestone for me. And so I'm having a little bit of a problem with turning that age. And so it's a little bit hard for me. But anyway,
every year is a milestone in a way. Remember when Sophia Petrillo says on the Golden Girls, she says, "I'm 84 years old. Every birthday without a headstone is a milestone."
That's true. That's very true.
At some point, you realize that every year you get is good,
Yeah. Well, yeah. As long as you're above ground, I guess it's good. But anyway,
I look like I'm on the ground, but I'm still technically above ground.
So anyway, oh gosh, I think I'm forgetting what my questions were. But anyway, and Dr. Gary, I know you have to be careful as far as your clinical diagnosis with people, but
I'm very careful.
What are the when you're, I don't know what it is with 70, but of all the years I've turned to different ages, that one's being really hard for me because I'm looking at the future and thinking, well, maybe I only have 80 years left. 10 years left, excuse me. And Josh, I'm wondering, how old is your grandmother?
My grandmother is 82.
Okay. And so she's still very with it and everything. And
she is.
Yeah.
She uses a kind of like it's like a walking cart sort of, but she can get around, and yeah, she's still, her mind's still good and everything like that. And she has a lot of joys in life. She's a pain in the butt, but other than that,
because I worry about that. I don't want to leave my children having to take care of me. I need double knee replacement, and they actually put in a silicone gel injection for my left knee to try to put it off. And so, you know, I'm just starting to worry about having to be taken care of, and I don't want my children to have to do that. I want to be able to navigate on my own in what future I have left. And so you know, I'm kind of having a hard time dealing with that. And I feel a lot of sympathy for I think it's Savannah, who's, her mother is out there and she doesn't know where she's at, and she's 84 and she's has health problems and everything. And so it's her case has really gotten to me, because I feel so bad for her daughter and what she must be feeling. But and I find as I'm getting older, my children, my daughter seems to understand it more. My two sons don't seem to get it, you know, what I'm feeling. And so I've gotten very depressed. I'm still taking my antidepressant, Josh. I didn't go off of it like you told me not to.
nope,
And
not without your doctor's
exactly. So I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate the remaining years that I have left.
Well, first of all, I have to tell you, you're talking like you're turning 95 years old.
Oh, I know, but to me it is.
Yeah, it feels that way, but I mean, you know, I get it. I mean, you know, I'm in my 40s and I feel like I'm 200 years old. I mean,
Yeah, you could be my son.
Well, you know, if you're taking applications, you know, but the
oh, I would love for you to be my son, and Josh too.
Oh, really? You think so? Well,
yeah.
Josh and I as brothers is a terrifying idea.
We're brothers in Christ, Dr. Gary.
There you go.
Eating him out the window, you know, daily. Yeah. But well, not really. I would need some kind of like fulcrum.
I would
smash my face or something. Yeah,
I would torture you.
Yeah. I don't know how I would do it. I wouldn't be able to throw you out the window.
Probably not.
Nah, probably not. But anyway, but you know, I think there's something beautiful about, you know, and I don't really think of 70 as the older years, but I think maybe 80s on. But there's something about getting older that frees you up from the constraints of the world, the expectations of you, the whatever. And you start to gain this kind of wisdom that in the final analysis, like nobody's really looking, and you could sort of just be you know, like when you get to that age where you could wear whatever you want and just wander around the mall, you know, wearing whatever you picked up from the Salvation Army and nobody cares, you know, like that's an age that it reminds me. Do you remember Jenny Joseph, the poet? Jenny Joseph, the older lady who
no.
She wrote this great poem. I'm going to read it because, you know, Josh.
I know you like poetry, and so do I. So
no, Josh loves it.
Sorry about that, Josh.
Josh, is that okay if I read
I opened the can of
like
worms. Sorry.
You don't have to ask permission.
But I like poetry, so
okay. So I'm going to read it to you. It's called Warning. Although I don't now. Let me give you a warning that I'm not reading this because I think you're an old woman. I think you're younger.
Okay.
Spirit and physically than you think. And I understand the symbolism of dyeing your hair the lighter color and all that.
Yeah.
So you're not an old lady. Okay. But this poem is called Warning, and I love it. It goes like this. It says, when I'm an old woman, I shall wear purple with a red hat, which doesn't go and doesn't suit me. And I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves and satin sandals and say, we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I'm tired and gobble up samples in shops and press alarm bells and run my stick along the public railings and make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain and pick the flowers in other people's gardens and learn to spit. You can wear terrible shirts and grow more fat and eat 3 pounds of sausages at a go, or only bread and pickle for a week and hoard pens and pencils and beer mats and things in boxes. But now we must have clothes that keep us dry and pay our rent and not swear in the street and set a good example for the children. We must have friends to dinner and read the papers. But maybe I ought to practice a little now, so people who know me are not too shocked and surprised when suddenly I am old and start to wear purple. isn't that a great
Oh,
poem?
that's awesome. I actually
Yeah.
like that very
Isn't that
much.
wonderful? Now, what do you think that means?
Well,
What
that
do
you
think
can be
that
whatever you want to be. Age doesn't matter.
Yeah, it means they don't give a shit anymore.
and what do you think?
And it means I don't give a crap. And it means I don't give a crap anymore.
Right. It means that the paradox of life is that when you most get it, you least have the energy to do anything with it.
Exactly.
But so it's like, why don't you try to learn that younger?
That is
You know,
so true.
to learn that kind of, and in fact, it's funny, people keep pointing out that I have a beard. Well, it's because I kind of said to myself, who cares? Who cares? The person
What's
that
wrong with the beard?
nothing. That's the point. So I said, why not? I shall
What
learn.
does that mean? Who cares?
What?
Why do you associate it with not caring?
I don't mean that. I mean that I always hesitated to grow one because I didn't know how it was going to look.
You look great.
Well, that's it.
You look like you go to Home Depot.
But the point is, what I'm getting at is at some point you just kind of say to yourself,
"Don't piss me off, Dr. Gary."
I like. I'm trying to look like you, Josh. All I need to do is get interested in sports. I'll take some testosterone injection.
I don't take that.
Real interested, and then I'll get a hat with a symbol on it. What does the symbol on your hat mean, by the way?
San Francisco Giants.
Oh, okay, I would have a different team.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about them.
the opera team.
Maybe like Pavarotti on my head or something. heavy hat,
I watched them play tonight. So
you did? That sounds.
Well, I like sports. I grew up with my I had two sons and they love sports, and I was very involved in sports. And actually, I won the college bracket like 2 years in a row in my office, who was full of men who were really into sports, and so I kind of embarrassed them.
I'm not really super into sports. I'm into baseball.
Well, I like baseball. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit boring, but I like basketball better.
No.
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make, Linda, is that, as Oscar Wilde famously said, you only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about the particular age you are. First of all, that you could be 20 years old and it could be your last day. This idea that it gives you some impression about the length of your life, forget that. Get that out of your head. You don't know. We don't know when our last day is going to be. This could be my last day. The last thing I could do in my life is be talking to Josh. Can you imagine? God, I mean, that would stop. Can you imagine? That stinks.
That would be rough.
That's like. But
the last thing that was said to you, it was Josh said, "Don't piss me off, Dr. Gary."
Yeah, and I'm like. That stuff, So I'm just saying, like, you never know. And I just think if you live each day like yesterday is dead and tomorrow is not born, yet, there's only today, then the logic has to be, am I living my values today? And if I am, it doesn't matter if it's my last day. It doesn't matter if I'm 50 or 60 or 70 or 80. People only worry about that when they feel they got cheated at or something, or there's something they're not doing. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What is it that you are concerned you're not doing or haven't gotten?
Well,
it doesn't matter how old you are.
At this age in my life, I don't feel like I have a purpose anymore.
Are you kidding?
I mean, my purpose is to raise my children to be great adults, which they are, and I have great grandchildren, and I just feel like I don't have a purpose anymore.
Sounds like you're dealing with existentialism.
And what is that?
It's like what's the meaning of life? What is the purpose of? And there's a whole bunch of answers to that, but most of it would be that you do serve a purpose in the world that you are, because what if you weren't here? The people that love you and care for you, you serve a purpose to them. Even if you're not raising children, even if you're not, in a your husband's not here, or things like that, but you still exist and you still matter to people, and that really is what living is all about.
I think that's a lot of it too. I really miss my husband. I'm just I'm
Course.
lost without him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, look, there are people who make the meaning of their life their job or their possessions or whatever, their appearance, their fame, their faith, whatever. The truth of the matter is that the highest thing you will ever be called to do in this entire world, to some degree on the whole spectrum, is to love something or someone. That is it. That is the truest and highest calling that anyone could have.
That's true.
If you have done that one time on one day, your life was worth it, because it has set into motion a long chain that will go on and on and on and on in a way that you may not even realize. You could one time give a cup of water to a person on the street, and it can have a very long ripple effect. And what I'm trying to say to you is that there are people in this world where they become the equivalent of like the sunrise. No one goes outside and really thinks about the sunrise. If the sunrise didn't come up, we'd all be dead. We take it for granted. There are some people that do kind things with such regularity, with such a circularity, that we forget that they are a miracle. You understand? There are people who that loving people is so automatic to them that they have ceased to realize that they have the highest possible calling in the world. You understand? Which is to love all day long, to give away of themselves all day long. And the best thing about people like that is they never realize it, because they're so selfless. It never even dawns on them. You understand? I aspire every day of my life to be that kind of person. I don't achieve it, but I wish I would.
Well, that's what I do too. Yeah.
I aspire to it. I think people like that save the world. See? So I think that this idea of you thinking that you don't have a meaning is a result of your humility. But if you were not here, it would be like an It's a Wonderful Life phenomenon, where there would be mountains of people whose lives are empty,
It's like a
somebody there to just love them. Right.
Correct.
Right.
I hope so.
And
I hope I have an impact on people's lives.
Well, and as to you turning, 70, think about it this way. It's better than the alternative.
That's true. Yeah. I don't really care anymore. Sometimes I feel like
wear purple.
I don't wake up, it's okay.
No, don't say that. That's not true. Because you have to take the approach that even though you're tired of doing it, you're needed. You do it because it's for others. It's a calling.
And that's what I want to feel is needed.
Well, and living is a gift, because a lot of people don't even make it to half of your age.
Yeah.
You've experienced a life, and you're still experiencing life, and don't sell it short. Don't be so afraid to die that you're afraid to live.
To live. That's true.
I think, Josh, you must have seen Home Alone 2 recently.
No. Well,
that's the speech that Kevin gives to the bird lady.
What did he say to her?
Remember, he says to her, he's like, "You remind me of those shoes that I don't want to get dirty, so I keep them in the closet, and they never wear them."
I remember that. No.
Well, there's some truth to that.
There is. No question. No question.
So how have you lived without your...
Admittedly, she was terrifying. Come on. The bird lady was scary.
So, Josh, how have you lived without your mother all these years?
What choice do I have?
Well, that's true. You don't, but
I don't
it must be hard.
Well, it's hard, but there's a lot of people in the world that don't have their mothers, or that, and I have found meaning and purpose and other aspects and areas of my life. I mean, also, living to sort of honor her memory and carry on her legacy. I mean, she has grandchildren that she's never met. And you know, look, it's just a thing where there are certain days, obviously, like Mother's Day, her birthday, Christmas, and things like that, where you miss them much much more. You know, it becomes heavier on those days. But I, you know, the fact of the matter is, I don't have a choice.
Right.
But I also know that I have a life to live. I've lost a lot of people. My mother is gone. My father basically doesn't exist to me.
Right.
My grandfather who raised me died when I was 25. My grandpa on my dad's side is gone. My grandmother on my dad's side is gone. It's just the only parent or grandparent that I have left is my grandmother, who is my mom's mom. And you know, she's not going to be here forever either, and I will have to live without that if life goes the way that it's supposed to go. It's just how it is, you know. And like I said, you know, sometimes, you know, there were when my grandfather died, my grandma was so distraught and so heartbroken, and rightfully so. And I understood why, but she would not get out of bed for like 6 months. She was just depressed and just always so sad, and understandably. One day I walked in there and I said, I need you to get up because we got to go. We're going to go somewhere. And she says, I don't want to. And I said, well, you really need to. And she says to me, she goes, I just want to die. That's what she said.
I've said that. Yeah.
Worse. And you know what I said to her? Well, you're going to have to start smoking or doing something really bad for your health, because the doctor said you're fine and you have a lot of life to live. And there are a lot of people here that love you, and it's time to get up. Yeah. And you know what she did? She got up, and she will tell you to this day, she couldn't believe that I was talking turkey to her the way that I was, because I was worried about her, and she has so many people that love her and care for her, and she found a purpose again.
Right.
And by the way, she also loves TV. She loves Bonanza and stuff like that. So, you know, there's always that too.
Well, yeah, I'm looking into doing a couple things. I want to do photography, so I'm looking into getting a digital camera and trying to do that and things like that to make myself, you know, feel I have something to do that I enjoy. And I do want to let you know, like both of you, I really enjoyed talking to you, and I appreciate what you do and how you help people. And also, Josh, I need you to send a message to Chris McDonough.
Yeah.
I
can do that.
feel really bad, and this has really been on my mind, but you had a live and he was there. And he said something that I thought he was actually bragging about something he did. And I made the comment that I like you, Chris, but you need to be more humble. And he mentioned that. And I felt so bad because I don't say things mean like that to people. So if you'll let him know that I'm so sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. And basically he was experiencing in the pride that he had of the work he'd done.
Sure.
And he has devoted his life to helping people, and this has been on my mind. So
well, I would tell you, I remember that. I remember when it happened.
Yeah,
and I will pass this along to him.
Please do.
Chris is a very forgiving person, and I bet he won't even remember it.
Well, I watch the interview room all the time, and I felt so bad after I said it, and I thought that it bothered him. And like I said, he's devoted his whole life to helping people,
he's the best,
solving crimes and helping abused children. And I didn't mean it that way. He was basically expressing pride in the work that he'd done. And I took that as bragging. And it was, I don't know, I must have been having a bad day because I don't do that. I don't say negative things about people. So please express to him how sorry I am. And I didn't mean it.
I don't think you said that because you don't like that someone else said. I think it's that you would never let yourself boast or acknowledge your own kind of contributions, and so it
Yeah.
horrifies you that someone else might be more comfortable being honest about their contribution. But I think that's more about your own thing than it is about someone else. You got to think about that, because the truth is there's nothing wrong with admitting that you give all the time, but you'd be lying if you said you didn't. You know you do.
But he gives all the time too.
That's what I'm
And
saying. You're just being. It's like this thing of like minimizing what you do to be polite, whatever. I
I've
get
said
that, but the
worse
truth
to
is,
Chris this week. Okay, but I will.
send him my apologies and tell him I watch him all the time, and I really appreciate the work that he's done and how he's devoted his life to helping others. And like I said, it's been on my mind and it's really bothered me. So
Yeah.
just let him know that I really appreciate him and the work he does.
Yeah, and he and knowing Chris, you know, he will completely accept it, and,
Right.
and he's a great guy. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Linda.
Okay, well, I'll let you both go, and thank you so much. You have a good evening.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Don't you love Linda?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely, I do.
I love her because she says out loud
She's
what
great.
everybody thinks. Like,
Let me
all of us have these fears and insecurities, and she just this person the quiet fun said in the chat that he lost his brother and was having a very hard time with it, which I think in and of itself is worth commenting on. But it says, I was a crime reporter and felt there was different modes I'd go into when reporting on horrific scenes. The separation of the emotional reality. I always sacrificed me so others would or weren't subjected to these scenes. Yeah, I think that's beautiful. But I just want to say, that our hearts go out about
also, there was somebody in the chat, and yes, I didn't see the one about the quiet fun talking about losing his brother, but as somebody who has
brother, that's terrible. Yeah,
and it really is. I mean, it's losing a sibling would just be heartbreaking on every level.
And based on the sort of age you sort of estimate from the photo.
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't old at all.
Sibling couldn't be very old, and that's so maybe they'll tell us in the audience,
and that's honestly why, like, death is so.
It was a suicide, Josh.
Okay, very good. I got you. Thank you for clarifying. It's a terrible thing. I'm so sorry to hear that. Which is such a. I mean, that is such a loss and such a hard thing to wrap your head around. The fact that there are people that are living in this world that feel that for some reason they can't take another step. They can't take they can't take another breath. And, how scary that must be for them, and how tragic it must be. And to be honest with you, when they're gone, it is the burden of the ones who love you that have to deal with this, and it's such a gut-wrenching and debilitating situation to have to deal with.
I think that we could not possibly understand what's going through the mind of a person who
absolutely not.
And I think it's interesting that the Quiet Fund says that they are a former reporter, because one thing that might come out of this tragedy is perhaps if you are a gifted writer, you could consider speaking in that reporter way that you're trained in with other people who've been touched by this, and maybe do a book or a series of articles. And the reason I say this is because I have to tell you, as somebody who studies these things, we're really in need of a really good book to go to when you've experienced this. That the world doesn't have good resources when you're swimming, as you know, right? When you're swimming in this and you don't know where to turn, there just isn't. You can't go to Barnes and Noble and pull a book off the shelf where somebody really has been there, right? There are some very good books about suicide, generally. But I really think that's something you might want to think about in terms of making meaning out of this, because it could help a lot of people. It is, I've always wondered, for example, if I could, about like the Google data that must exist on all the people who try to Google things like easiest way to kill myself, painless way to die, things like that. I would bet every day people are looking things like that up.
Of course.
And they probably get some cheesy AI response like, if you are thinking about this, please contact, whatever. And, but it's like, there has to be a book that such a person can understand that, like, there is this amazing ripple effect, because every life, really does affect someone. Now it says, my mom posts photos of him every day. It's hard to see. I think you're right about a book. A mother's hardest loss, I've learned. Oh God, of course. But don't let someone's life and the loss of it be in vain. Make meaning out of it and bring life to other people through the tragedy. So
yeah,
the person is, they realize their life had a meaning.
Well, that's one thing that I've always, especially as I've, I hear people, talking about, oh, I turned 50, I turned 60, I just turned 40, which is, I guess, a milestone age.
Almost a headstone, but no,
yeah, and people go, oh, 40, it's really funny, because when somebody, you say, well, I remember the other day I was telling somebody, I said, yeah, it's cold outside. They say, you're cold? I said, yeah, I'm getting older, man. And you say, how old are you? I said, 40. And this was the response. I went, oh, like, and I was like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? But I got to tell you, but the
pull out a horn and like put it in your ear.
Yeah.
What, Jenny? What's that?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What I have realized is that, I think that I'm getting better. I'm getting sharper. I'm getting stronger in every way that I can, because I want to be the best possible version of myself, so that when things do go wrong, I can help handle them. I can help get my family through hard times, and I can inspire my children as well to be somebody that they can rely on, that they can turn to. And and I don't know your name, and I got to be honest, it is being there for your mother, and trying to comfort her in this time is going to be so difficult, because you're trying to make sense of it yourself. But what you got to do is you have to take the lead. You have to be the one that people can look to. Because if you don't do it, nobody else is. Dr. Gary, I'm sure that when your family suffers loss, people look to you for answers. Because
you mean the person, or you mean a generic you?
You as a person in your family. Your father is no longer around. My grandfather was the one that took care of when my mother died, when my mother was killed. My grandfather was the one that everybody looked to handle things. When my grandpa died, that fell on me. And it's a role that I take very seriously. So when you say you want to, and Linda was talking earlier about like finding purpose. Your purpose is relative to each person, but you have to be able to stand up and stand in the, fill the void, fill the gap, that's unfillable, to be honest with you, but you have to try. and that's sort of where I am in life. I'm trying to make myself be better so that I can respond and react to those situations. I have an aging grandmother, you know, I have to be prepared for these things. We all have, there's no preparing for when somebody does something like that, but you can be the person that people look to for strength. And it's just very hard. It's very hard and difficult to do. You don't have to have the answers. You don't have to have all the answers, but comfort each other, you know that you're not alone. I have a very serious parole hearing coming up that I'm not excited about. I'll be attending it with 6 other people in my family. I've been the one that's had to set up everything. I'm the one that's had to talk to the district attorney. I'm the one that's had to get everybody verified who's going to be able to speak and who's not. It wasn't left up to anybody else. I just said, I'm going to do it. And I contacted everybody and I made sure that it was going to happen the way that it needed to happen. And I told them, I said, listen, I don't know what's going to happen. None of us do. I don't know what to expect, but we're all going to be together when it happens. And that's what's important. And we're going to support each other and we're just going to be there for each other. Okay. And that's all the advice that I could give them was we're just going to be together. So, life is tough, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it, you know, and I'm so sorry that you've had to go through this, you know, that, you have this cross to bear, you know, but, be there for your mother. And I'm sure that you are. I'm sure that you are. I know that you are. You seem like a, great person. So,
And I think it's beautiful that the road led you here. You know, maybe something here, you know, it was like sort of waiting for you to hear, you know? And we are men. It's hard, but a smile can be there. We are pushing through. I talk to her every day. Good.
I mean, and to be honest with you, there's nothing else that you can do. Nothing. I mean, what else can you do but be there? There's no miracle fix. There's not it's not some potion or some spell that you can cast to make everything go away. It's just not how the world works. You know, you have to face these things head on and it sucks. Trust me. I've been staring this down for months. I think about it every day. I'm ready for it to be over. But guess what? Even when it's over, even if it doesn't go the way that I want it to, or the way that I do want it to, I'm going to have to do it again.
Right.
And then I'm going to have to do it again. And guess what? I'm up for it.
You do it for your mother, Josh.
I do it for my mother. I do it for my grandmother.
Right.
I do it for my family. And that's all we can, that's all any of us can do. You know?
Exactly. And, you know, and what does it say? Thank you so much. I'm taking care of his state. He was 42.
It's a terrible thing. You know,
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. Well, Dr. Gary, we don't have any more calls. That's it.
Okay. I was so enjoying talking. I almost wish we did have another call. But in the meantime, you know, just in the last few minutes, Josh, are there any cases beyond the Guthrie case that you think are going to be interesting?
The one that with the lady who's accused of poisoning her husband and then writing a grief book about it. Oh my God.
You're interested in that one?
Wow. Yeah, I've been watching that. That's something else, man.
Yeah. What other cases? Anything else?
Somebody said the UFO guy. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the UFO guy too. But other than that, no, not really.
Yeah. And maybe we could do one of our serial killer episodes.
I would love that. Absolutely.
You said that you wanted to do one on cells.
Tommy, yep, Tommy Lynn cells. I would love to.
I can easily. I'm telling you, I can very, very easily.
Let's do that. That would be. Let's see what Jason. Jason, thank you so much for your super chat. If I did not lose weight, I would have died, and I knew my niece's nephew's mom needed me after the loss of my brother and father to cancer. My brother told me before he passed, "Love and take care of yourself." That hits it right on the head. It's not about being super attractive. It's not about impressing people with, how much cardio you can do. It's not about impressing people with how well you eat. It's about taking care of yourself. That way you're able to take care of others that need to be taken care of. And that, Jason, that's exactly what it is. You have to care for yourself before you can care for others. And that's something that I'm still learning, because there have been many days and many nights where I didn't give a damn about myself and that I was down on myself, and I still fight that. I fight self-loathing. I fight insecurities. I fight depression. I fight them. I don't give in to them, but I fight them. And some days they get me, and some days I get it. But I fight it. I never give up on it. I work at it. And I'm proud to be able to say that that's what I do. And I try to encourage others as well, in my family, my children. I had Peyton on the other day, and I was, we were talking on After Dark, and I was getting on him about his diet. I said, get it figured out now. Get it figured out now, so it's so much easier for you. He hates when I do it. And I can't force him to do anything, but I can be in his ear about those kind of things. And that's really what we need. And so yeah. Jason lost an incredible amount of weight. Like, I don't know if I don't think he minds me telling this, but he said he was like over 500 pounds, and he's under like 250 now.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's
amazing.
Yeah. Josh, when you're going to give a impact statement.
Absolutely.
Is everyone?
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to or not. They can, but yeah, I'm kind of leading up the caboose on that thing.
I've consulted on a lot of them for people. There's a lot of.
I'm having you consult with mine.
Well, you said that, not me. But
well, I don't mind. I mean, I will. I'll probably share it after it's over.
Right, but I consult on a lot of them, even for prominent, in prominent cases and whatever, and you just sort of don't tell anyone. It's because it's really for the person to deliver that. And
I specifically asked for your help.
Oh, I appreciate it, but I get that. But the thing is, I get very torn about them because they fall into different buckets in terms of what people are trying to accomplish in them. Because, like, for example, you get the type where the person says, I just want you to know I forgive you. That there's that type, right? I think Christ forgives you, and so do I. That kind of speech you get. The religious ones. I've seen that. And then you get the types where the person wants to say, I hope you rot in hell and I hate your guts and you've done nothing but destroy my life. Then you get the kinds where the person just wants to take the opportunity to kind of knock you and kind of say, like, you stupid freak, like you accomplished nothing, like you're here in jail, you fool. You get that type. You get the type where you want to psychologically mess with the person, and say all the things that are going to be buzzwords for insecurity. You get the one that's just numb, where you just go like, I've got nothing to say. Have a nice day, that kind of thing. So it's hard. There's an art to them. The problem is you have to understand that the impact statement is not really for the offender. It is for the victim or their family. The truth is a lot of those people couldn't give a damn about what you're saying. Did you see Kohlberger's face when people were reading impact statements?
Yeah, I did.
I remember I went on News Nation. I could have sworn I said this. I thought I said it, but when I watch it back, I don't see it. But maybe it got edited out. I don't know. But I could have sworn they said to me, what were you thinking looking at Kohlberger's face while they were reading the impact statements? And I said, all I could think of was the line from Poe, from Edgar Allan Poe, that says, his eyes had all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. It's like that. I thought that he looked like he was getting off on it, fantasizing, remembering.
Right. Yeah.
And yet I was very impressed by the punch of some of what was said, because if he listened, it was really a dig, But I hate to say it, though, that he just looked to me like he was sitting there thinking, can't take that away from me, in terms of what he had seen and everything. And it's horrifying. It really, really disturbs me. And but then you get the type that does seem to take it in, rarely, but you do get those. I mean, do you anticipate, Josh, that your dad's even going to listen to it? Or is it going to go like in here and out the other? Or will it be performative, like crocodile tears? Or what are you picturing?
I don't know. I mean, I've done it before, and he just kind of sits there and stares straight forward. He's not allowed to like make eye contact with you or anything like that.
Does he look like you?
No, not really.
You look like your mom?
Huh?
You look like your mom.
I look like my mom, yeah.
Yeah, I always wonder. I mean, I've never seen him, so I can't even.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture.
Not that you want to, but I just was curious what he looked.
Yeah, no, I don't look like him at all.
Do any of your kids look like him?
Nope.
So no one looks like him. He's just a total. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, in a way, that's good, right?
Well, he's full Mexican. He's not very tall.
Do you get your height from your mom's side or from?
Yep, yes, it comes from my mother's side. My mom was taller than him, but my grandfather was tall, and some of my dad's brothers are tall, although 3 of my dad's brothers are now dead, which is crazy, because they weren't very old. They were like in their 60s. But yeah, I don't know. My mom and I look a lot alike, to be honest with you. We have the same nose, same eyes. So
same heart.
Yeah, I think so. She was a protector. I know that about her. I don't know what he'll do, man. I really don't. I like I said, I have no idea what to expect. I mean, if you were to ask me, do I think that he'll get parole? Probably not. Because, huh?
How would you feel if he did?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
How many years has he served?
36 years.
How old was your mother when she passed?
23. But he also shot my aunt too.
Who survived, right?
Who survived, yeah.
And
but
she going to make a statement?
Yeah, she'll be there. Yep.
Has she had long-lasting psychological or physical effects that you're comfortable mentioning?
Oh yeah, definitely. Both.
Yeah. And has he done anything at all to demonstrate remorse?
I don't know. I mean, yes, I guess he said sorry and stuff like that. But it's really hard. It's really hard to accept those kinds of things. Look, he's my father, and I even allude in my victim impact statement that this isn't something I like to do. It's not something I want to do.
I saw it. I know.
I don't revel in trying to keep my father in prison. It's not something I wake up and go, oh yay, it sucks. It's a terrible thing. But I feel like it's necessary.
But Josh, remember what I said earlier about the person that I'm familiar with who, when the person that abused them got out on parole and then their life changed psychologically just because of the idea that the person was not in a cage anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's because, and I'm just speaking in general terms here, but I think it's because when a person has done a terrible thing, is in a box somewhere, it facilitates the process of compartmentalizing it and moving on with life. And when the person is out and about, like, drop dead Fred, out of the box and out in the world, it can activate the fear that it's not contained anymore. Terrible things could happen. They're out there, they're doing things, whatever. So that for a lot of people, the part that it's really difficult for them to make people understand is, in order for life to go on, that entity has to be it's sort of like in Ghostbusters when they open the containment unit and then everything like goes to hell, like the whole city is like erupts into craziness.
Yeah.
There's something about like things being contained that gives us a feeling of peace, or at least the ability to move on. And I think that's what happens in some of these cases when people get paroled, even if the person claims they're like completely rehabilitated, they're out in the world. It feels like the cage is open. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I was walking past the tiger cage and the cage was open and the tiger was sleeping, I'd still be scared.
Well, I think that part of the
but you know,
part of it, part of the plea deal that he took, which was second degree murder, 25 to life, which means 25 years minimum. But a lot of people that get 25 to life are in prison till they die. I mean,
they went with second degree.
They gave him second degree murder. Yeah.
In your state, is the idea that the implication of second degree is that he was under some kind of emotional duress, or
that it wasn't premeditated, but it was premeditated. But for some reason he got that deal.
It's funny not to get into this, but I was wondering about that when you were having a beef about the idea of the emotional duress thing, when you were talking about a case recently of the woman who was accused of, she says she rolled over on her baby and then the baby, and you were sort of horrified by the idea that a person could be charged in such a way as to suggest there was an unintended component or an emotionality. Sure. I was thinking to myself, I wonder in the case of Josh's dad if they went with something like that, because you seemed so passionate about it, and I thought, where's that coming from? So that's interesting to me, and I get it, I really get it, but I think that I think that when you get up there, how do I say this? Have you ever given an impact statement in your dad's presence before?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you actually got up there? Was it unemotional? Did you cry? Did you become horrified, angry? I mean, what happened? Because when you get up there, you never know what's going to happen.
I cry. I cry a little bit, but I do a pretty good job of holding it together.
I know.
Not everybody does, though. I tell you that it is a very draining process. I mean, the whole thing will probably take 2 or 3 hours, and by the time you're done, it's exhausting. I mean,
I like people who cry.
What's that?
I like people who cry.
I do cry. I do.
And I think God likes them.
I cried the other day when I watched The Green Mile. It sucked.
It's based on a true, but I like.
You said based on a true story.
There's a infamous case that one of the characters is based on
John Coffey.
Yeah, you know the story.
Yeah.
But I hate the pictures of them. But
that's such a sad.
The worst. I hate that story. But there's something to be said about people who cry. I really, really think people like that, that's when they are the most fertile, You know, that is, and I really think people like that are very dear to God. I think you have to cry to realize your need for God. You know what I mean? And so I don't know how I feel about people who've never shed a tear. I don't know. I think you need
there is something
to become a fuller human being.
Very emotionless people. I mean, that they're there, and but you know, you asked how I would feel, and I've thought about that. Part of the stipulation that if he were to ever be released, that he's wouldn't allowed to be in the same county that we are in.
Yeah.
So it's not like I would run into him at the grocery store or anything. You know, so I don't know. I used to be scared of him. I'm not scared of him. Personally, would I be horrified if he got out? Only for my family, because I know how upsetting it would be to them. Now, to me, I think he deserves life, which is what he was sentenced to, and that's where I think that he should stay. But I worry about my grandmother, how she would feel, and I've had this talk with her. I said, look, you know, we have to prepare for all options for everything. So, you know, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Well, you know, remember, I'm here for you if you ever want to talk about it. You know, that was the point of the piece that I wrote when your mod passed. Just to sort of make you understand that, because I knew it would generate a lot of people sort of coming over and saying things and sort of give them a place to tell you that they care about you. I think it's beautiful that Quiet Fun said in the audience that he said, I'll support you. I think that's beautiful.
I think it's
wonderful. You've got a friend there, you know, both of you.
Yeah.
This looks like the beginning.
I see the messages. I see the, and I'm reading them. You guys are fantastic. But part of the reason that I am fascinated by true crime is because when they wrote about my mother's murder, the title of the paper was An American Tragedy. And
like the Dreiser play.
Yeah, just like that.
From the Dreiser, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't mind talking about my story. I don't mind talking about my mother. In a way, it keeps her alive. And I've been able to share things with people and try to help them with certain situations, domestic abuse and things like that, because I think it's important. But also, if I'm willing to talk about other people's cases and situations, I'm also I have to be willing to talk about mine. That's just how I feel personally. That's just how I've always felt about it. So,
have you ever read the novel? I don't know why I said play. Have you read the novel An American Tragedy?
I have not. No.
And then they made the movie A Place in the Sun based on it.
Yeah, I know that.
It's fictional. It's fiction, but it's based on the true case of Chester Gillette, whose photo is actually in the center of the New Evil. And Chester Gillette is very famous for his crime, which was that talk about an elimination murder. There was a woman called Grace Brown that he had impregnated, and he took her out sailing, basically, like for a canoe ride, essentially. And he wanted her out of the way because he didn't want to be a father. So he took his tennis racket, pushed her out into the water, and just kept clubbing her over the head with the tennis racket until she drowned. And it was one of the most sensational crimes in American history for a long time. It was I think it was 1906, if I remember correctly, that crime. I got to look at the date. I think it was 1906. And you know, it's a fascinating story. But did you ever hear about that, the Chester Gillette case?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, but that's what the book is. The novel is based on. But basically, they had a sexual relationship, and she got pregnant. He didn't want to be a dad. You know, like a story as old as can be. But so and it's interesting. I mean, it was really a double murder, right? I mean, she was pregnant. He killed her and the baby. I mean, in that sense, they both drowned to death. And but I think that's a good example of a good example. It's an illustration of an elimination murder where the idea is you don't want to be a father. There's a lot of those,
Sure.
Look, Josh, the theme here is nature has a way of giving parenthood to some people who clearly are not prepared for the assignment. And that's the thing. And it's funny, I said before, I never married, I don't have any children, but I think I'd be a great father, but I never became one. And yet every day I deal with people and I look at them and I think, why were you given children? Life is weird like that.
It is. Sure it is. Well, I'll tell you this, like,
your kids got lucky.
I think so. I think so. I think I got lucky as well, because how cool and easygoing they were. We never had, like, they didn't fight with each other like normal brothers. I mean, every now and then there would be a little this and that, but I got to tell you though, but whatever happens coming up, whatever happens, I'm going to be fine. My family will be fine. We'll maintain, and we'll deal with whatever we have to.
Not only that, whatever happens, he will always, in a sense, be in prison.
Of course.
He will always, in a sense, be in a kind of hell. That's you have to understand that. It doesn't, just as, for example, if you or I were in a jail cell, there are so many things that can't be taken from us, right? That would be with us even in the cell. The same is true of a person who's done a terrible thing. Can't be taken from them when they're out of the cell. It just is. So I'm saying, just remember, wherever he is, his life in many ways is already done. Sure. He's got the long shackle like Jacob Marley, trailing behind him.
Life on the outside with felony parole is not an easy one.
That's just it. And that's just it. And the other thing is this, and this is the hard part of the conversation. This reminds me of some conversations we've had with Joey, who always he has this interesting quality of like stoking philosophical debate, which I find fascinating. I love that kind of thing. But, what gets complicated is that sometimes a person who's done a terrible thing really does seek redemption. Those people exist. That does happen. I see it. Where the person goes and says, I, honest to God, have grown up and I'm sorry. And, that was me as a kid. I did a stupid thing. I would never do that now. I want forgiveness, whatever. And that's where it gets complicated, is if he ever comes to you and says, I really need your forgiveness. I really am sorry I did this. I think that's harder, because sometimes, especially on people's deathbed, they need that, and that's where, I got to tell you, it's like someone says in the audience, remorse versus repentance. Yeah, exactly. But, I was thinking recently about this. There's somebody that I know, I don't have to say who it is, but there's a person I know who has this beautiful quality where no matter what terrible thing anybody ever says about me as a person, and there's always something, this person has a way of always completely generously interpreting me. Well, you didn't mean to do something right. You're a good person. I know you didn't mean it in a bad way. No one who saw you correctly would ever think ill of you. They're stupid. They didn't mean whatever. They were just mad, whatever. And no matter what terrible story I tell them, they always spin it in such a way that they see me as kind, that I meant well, that I'm a good person. And that kind of person, I was thinking about it, that kind of person, not only do they fill your heart up and make you feel better, they actually make it possible to understand God's love, how God looks at you through those eyes and can say, I can see good there, even when other people don't. I can see goodness in you. That not everyone can do that. And I think what I'm trying to say is every once in a while, you get a person who's done the most terrible, terrible thing, and we can't understand how a person could possibly, if they were really sorry, still make amends for their life. But you have to remember that it is possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. I think sometimes that's why people are given so many days. There are a lot of people who are going to die and never realize that the reason they kept waking up every day in the hamster wheel, waking up, doing it all over again, waking up, is that life was saying, are you going to learn? Are you going to realize you made mistakes? I'm giving you another chance at salvation. I'm giving you another chance. And they go on and on and on, and they never realize that every day was a grace where they were being given a chance to say, today it stops. And when that happens, when a person does, it's the hardest thing in the whole world, especially if they've done something absolutely horrendous. If they mean it in their heart, you do have to give them a chance to redeem themselves. The problem is when they don't believe it.
Yeah.
BS. And that's hard, so I think a lot about this stuff. I think because we've all done terrible things, let's face it.
Sure.
I've done things that I go to bed at night and I look up at the ceiling and I think, oh my God, how stupid. Why did I say that? It was so dumb. It was so mean. It was so hurtful. It was. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I have.
I had a person that I loved so much as a friend, and they decided not to talk to me anymore one day. And I think about it all the time, just writing to them and saying, I wish we could be close again. I don't know what I did, but I wish we could. So then I did one day, and they rejected it. I still don't even know what I did. But the thing is, at least I tried. But not everybody has a forgiving heart. In that case, I would apologize even not even knowing what I did. Person just didn't want to talk to me anymore. But I don't know. I think a lot about forgiveness, And what was the question? Somebody just asked an interesting question. It said, what do you think about a therapist going to their own therapy? Well, to be honest, I think everybody should be in therapy. I think therapy helps everybody on earth because it's a stable world in which somebody cares about you. It can replace parentified figures. It can give a person a rhythm, a structure. I think everybody should go. Don't you, Josh?
Yes, especially somebody who's been in intense therapy for most of his life. Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, somebody's asking another interesting question. What is your favorite children's book? Now, that is a hard one. I have a couple of them, but it depends on if you mean the one that I find the most adorable or amusing, or if you mean the one that I think is the most significant. There are a few that I love very much. I love the book I Like You. I think that's one of the greatest children's books ever written. I've recommended many people to use it at weddings because it's just a perfect way of telling somebody that you love them. But the children's book that I recommend everybody read at some point in their life, because if you get it, it's profound, is The Runaway Bunny. Do you remember that, Josh?
No, I don't.
It actually is so short that I could read it. It's like you could read it in a minute. It's a tiny. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm sure the text of it is, and then I'll explain why I love it. Let's see if I can find the text. Here, I think it's right here. Let's see. That one puts it with the picture form, but let me see. I'll just pull it up because it's like almost like reading a poem. It's short. Here. Okay. Ready? Can I read it?
Yes.
Okay. So it says, The Runaway Bunny by Margaret Weiss Brown. Once there was a little bunny who wanted to run away. So he said to his mother, I am running away. If you run away, said his mother, I'll run after you, for you are my little bunny. If you run after me, said the little bunny, I will become a fish in a trout stream, and I will swim away from you. If you become a fish in a trout stream, said his mother, I will become a fisherman, and I will fish for you. If you become a fisherman, said the little bunny, I will become a rock on a mountain high above you. If you become a rock on a mountain high above me, said his mother, I will become a mountain climber, and I will climb to where you are. If you become a mountain climber, said the little bunny, I will be a crocus in a hidden garden. If you become a crocus in a hidden garden, said his mother, I'll become a gardener, and I'll find you. If you are a gardener and find me, said the little bunny, I will be a bird and fly away from you. If you become a bird and fly away from me, said his mother, I will be a tree that you come home to. If you become a tree, said the little bunny, I will become a little sailboat and I will sail away from you. If you become a sailboat and sail away from me, said his mother, I will become the wind and blow the boat wherever I want it to go. If you become the wind and blow the little boat, said the little bunny, I will join a circus and fly away on a flying trapeze. If you go flying on a flying trapeze, said his mother, I will be a tightrope walker and I will walk across the air to you. If you become a tightrope walker and walk across the air, said the bunny, I will become a little boy and run into the house. If you become a little boy and run into the house, said the mother bunny, I will become your mother and catch you in my arms and hug you. Shucks, said the bunny. I might just as well stay where I am and be your little bunny. And so he did. Have a carrot, said the mother bunny. Now, this story, have to understand, and I love it when, if you ever see the play or the movie Wit, the teacher says the following, and she's 100% right. She says that the runaway bunny is an allegory for the soul, because the point of the story is that no matter where you are, God will find it. See? So you might as well just sit still and love it and be happy. No matter where you are, crying in your bed, miserable, but it doesn't matter. In a jail cell. One way or another, God will find it. And I think that is very beautiful. I love that children's book because I think it sums up exactly my attitude about it. It's called The Runaway Bunny, Kelsey. And I think when you hear it, you don't understand immediately, just like we don't understand so many things, you know, but then you read it through the lens of a little time, and then you say, oh my God, you know, that's so profound. And it is. It really is. See? You get it?
I do.
Yeah. So it's like, it's the giving into it and just accepting that it knows what it's doing. See, that it's got everything kind of in hand, you know? So anyway, I think it's beautiful and it moves me every single time. And it sounds like people in the audience love it. And oh, let me see what Misty Dawn said. The lightnings. Yes, that's true. That's very true. Yeah. So, but I hope that was powerful for people. And because I think I love these shows, Josh. I don't care what anybody says. I think that one day somebody could take these call-in shows and put them back to back, and it would be like addictive viewing because they're just helpful to people.
I think so.
You know what I mean? I just think they mean something to people. I don't know. I love doing it. It's like a joy.
I enjoy it.
And I love them even better than true crime chat and ripping cases apart, whatever, because it's so freaking human. And I've never seen anybody criticize it. I've never seen anybody like make fun of they can't. It's like, who could do that? What kind of animal would you have to be? You know what I mean? It's just
probably a French bulldog who's staring me in the back of the head.
Oh, is he looking at you like bro?
It's time for me to go out. Yeah.
Both of them are staring at you, or is one of them lazier than the other?
Otis is staring at me. Macho is the laziest dog of all time, but when it's time to go, he's ready too. But they do pretty good, man. They're like pretty quiet. What are we at? We're at like almost 4 hours. They do pretty good.
Animals' bladders are amazing. I tell you. Here, I'll give you since we're talking about animals' bladders. Here's your strange bit of Dr. Brucato trivia for the day.
Animals' bladders.
Why after they, Darwin's group made the trip to the Galapagos Islands and saw the big, beautiful tortoises there, why were none of them ever brought back to London to be put in the London Zoo, even though the Victorians would have loved it? The answer is they tried, but they got very thirsty along the way, and they discovered that the bladder of a giant tortoise is like a canteen that keeps water completely and totally purified. So they took their bladders out and drank it. They then discovered that eating the tortoises was a fabulous thing. It became a delicacy, and none of the tortoises made it back. But they discovered that the giant tortoise has a canteen-like bladder that keeps water perfectly pure. And they drank it. I couldn't resist. I can't help it. I just know too much morbid stuff,
Yeah, I was going to say, what the hell?
You know who I learned that from? I think I learned that from Stephen Fry, the actor. I'm almost positive he's the one who told that story. Do you remember Stephen Fry, the actor?
Yeah.
His comedy partner is the one who played Dr. House, Hugh Laurie.
Turtles are like one of the only reptiles that I like.
I love tortoises. I used to have one as a pet.
They're very cool. I like them.
They are so cute. Well, they're sort of symbolic of so many things. It drives me crazy when people call it a tortoise shell, because it's a carapace. And the most amazing thing about them is how sensitive they are. They have hundreds and hundreds of nerve fibers that connect to that carapace, and if you rub the carapace, they feel it. Like it's almost like rubbing your hair. The shell is extremely sensitive. It so it's like when you pet a tortoise, they feel it just like a cat would feel getting petted.
I'm not afraid of turtles now.
Oh no, they're so cute. And
I am afraid of snakes, though.
I had one as a pet with an ex of mine, and I thought it was so sweet. Her greatest fear was that we would be outside and the tortoise would be walking, and a bird, a hawk or something, would come and pick it up. So it was like living in terror of flying birds, like flying creatures picking the tortoise up. And it was like it became like a phobia. Like we better hover near it in case anything comes. But the thing is, they do that. That's what they do. Pick it up to drop it, and then
I just like birds more than anything.
They're a little terrifying. I mean, especially when you realize that they came from dinosaurs.
Well, they're very pretty. They're very smart. They're all these things. Birds?
Some of them, but their faces are actually very scary if you think about it.
But they're just mean.
Well, they're super freaking smart.
And they're mean.
Okay. Before you go, can I just show you something?
Sure.
Your audience will find it fascinating.
You have a bird?
There is a bird called a gorgeous lyrebird. Lyrebird, Lyre. And I love the documentaries about this bird. It fascinates me. This bird has learned to mimic any sound that it hears, any voice that it hears so perfectly to incorporate into its music to attract a mate that it gets really, really spooky. Okay. Because it can imitate your voice, anything. And so what happens is they sit in the middle of the forest, they pump their chest up and they just sing, but they pick up sounds from the environment. So because of industrialization, they have incorporated into their songs sounds of cell phones, chainsaws that cut trees down, people talking, cars backing up, whatever. And there's footage, you can find it on YouTube, of these things making the exact impression of whatever is around them. And it scares them. It's like a tape recorder. It scares the crap out of me. And their song is like industrial sounds now. And you got to see this to believe. They also perfectly imitate all the other birds around them and mix their songs together so they can do. But I got to see if I can find the footage, because it's just, you wouldn't believe it till you see it.
While you're doing that, sorry, Martha, I didn't mean to miss this. Martha says, Dr. Gary, what do you think about people using AI as a psychological?
I hate it. I hate everything about it. I hate everything about it because it misses the point that therapy is not just being like an advice machine that gives like it's also about like the predictable human relationship. and AI cannot imitate that unless you think it's a person, sort of like people who use like AI pornography or something. But the reality is like it cannot replicate the need for a human being. I mean, imagine being a lonely person and you're happy because you're talking to a robot. I mean, it's pathetic. I think talk to a real human being. Okay, so let me see if I can find this footage because it's so freaking amazing.
When I was younger, I called an animal sanctuary one time as a prank call.
Yeah.
And said that I had a parrot that I was trying to give away that I inherited from my racist uncle, and now all the bird does is spout racial slurs. But I got to get rid of them because I can't have them in my house anymore, and they hung up on me.
Is that a true story?
True story, yeah.
Oh my God! Here. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to send you the footage. So first, you're going to see it imitating other birds, and then you're going to see that it can imitate any sound, and it's doing chainsaws, cars backing up. It's crazy, but it fascinates me. I just think these things are amazing. Oh, that's beautiful what Quiet Fun said. Okay. Can you pull that up? It's actually really cute, but it's also kind of freaky. It's like one of those David Attenborough things where around and talk to them and try to get them to talk back and the sounds that they make and they record it. It's fascinating. Don't you love it?
That was that was.
It's so trippy. I remember when I discovered it, I was like, "What?" But they called them. I think in Australia they're called superb lyrebirds.
That was crazy.
It's true, 100% true. That is not trolling. That is a real thing. Look that up.
No, that's from the BBC.
Yeah, somebody in the audience was like, "My dog hates this." But anyway, just a little example about how amazing nature is.
All right, guys. Well, I got to get out of here. The dog's got to go. I appreciate you, Dr. Gary. And
I always love it.
Let's see. I asked John to come on tomorrow.
Okay. If people aren't sick of me, maybe I can join you too.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah.
If you want me to, because I'm working all day, but then in the evening maybe I can.
If you're open, yeah, that'd be great.
What time is this? Maybe ask people if they want me. They might be like, "We're done with this guy."
Nah, they're not. They have a choice.
Just stand in the center, and be the gorgeous lyrebird of the evening, because it's you guys gave me a lot of time tonight. But Josh, what time's the show Eastern?
It would be, I believe, 9 Eastern.
When? I'm sorry, you blipped out. Say that again.
9 Eastern.
9 Eastern. Okay, and listen, just as on the way out, let me say 2 things. One, please consider buying The New Evil. You can get it anywhere. Easy to find on Amazon. As I've said many times, it's quite a number of times been the #1 bestseller in forensic psychology. Oh, yeah. I'm very, very proud of that. I think right now it's like #3. But please, it's driving me crazy because there's a glitch where they are indicating that the author of the book is Michael Stone without me there. I don't understand what's going on. So I have the publisher and Amazon both fixing the glitch to indicate that I am the full other author of the book. I co-wrote every word of it. So I don't know what that's about. But yes, that's my book. And the other thing is, have a look, to sort of answer the question of what I do to keep myself from not swimming in true crime. Have a look at my piano page. Maybe people will enjoy that. And if you are so inclined, people, sometimes get me a cup of coffee or something through the PayPal tip thing. You could do that, but it's been a while since anybody has done that. But I think maybe 1 or 2 people. But it's a nice thing. I mean, I'm not going to die without it, but I think it's a nice thing. And let me know in the comments if you prefer the original stuff or if you prefer the covers, because people seem to love that I'll do covers of things like, everything from Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Tears for Fears to She by Green Day to Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana, to music from the 30s and 40s, and I get all over the place. But let me know what you like, because I want to do more of what people enjoy, because otherwise it's just nonsense. Okay, so thank you, and Josh, you know where I am. Okay.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Okay. Attend to the dogs. Okay.
Thank you. Bye. All right, guys. Great show. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for being here. You can follow me on Instagram, JD_the_lab. Also on X, You're in the Lab. And I have a TikTok too, but I never remember the name. I don't know. I think it's I Am the Lab. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's been a 4-hour show. Wow. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And we'll catch you next time.